My parents were searching for a vacation property. Instead of purchasing a Hamptons waterfront home, they chose to purchase a haunted 18th century farmhouse in upstate New York. The farmhouse is on 100 acres of land and has 7 bedrooms. There is also a tenant house that is split into 2 parts so that male and female servants could live separately, along with several other small buildings on the property. And there was a small 1-room schoolhouse built many years ago. It had a little dome on top called a cupola, and inside that cupola hung a big bell that used to ring when it was time for class. Not far from the schoolhouse there was a huge barn made of old wood. The barn was so large that it had beautiful mahogany stalls for the horses. Each stall shone nicely when the sunlight hit it. We were told that long ago during the French and Indian War, fierce battles were fought on this land. In another part of its history, the property even served as a stagecoach, and travelers on long journeys would stop there to rest, share meals, and tell stories of far-off places. The house itself had a very heavy and gloomy feeling. It was as if the old spirits and memories of past events were still there, watching every move. You constantly felt like someone or something was looking at you from the dark corners. On a lovely summer day, I was alone in the living room watching TV. My mom and siblings had gone shopping, so I was watching I Love Lucy on one of the few TV channels available when I suddenly felt a heavy, uneasy feeling as if someone was watching me. Years later, I discovered that my brother had gone through the same thing and had reacted similarly. The first strange and inexplicable event occurred in my bedroom, which had 2 twin beds. My mom and I were the only ones home that weekend, and she was sleeping in the other bed when I woke up at dawn to the sound of sheets shifting on her bed. The sound was strong and constant, filling the silent room with a constant rustling. You have to realize that this house was so large that even if something as loud as a bomb went off in the kitchen, I probably wouldn't have heard it from my room. I lay there for a moment, feeling scared and confused, trying to figure out what was making that sound. I slowly rolled over to see what was happening, and there was no one in the bed. In the beginning, I thought maybe my mom was making my brother's bed in his room, which shared a wall with mine, but she wasn't there at all. She was in the kitchen. My mother, who never believed in ghosts, once chose to sleep in my bedroom when she was alone at home. In the middle of the night, she felt a heavy object settle on the corner of her bed and push on the mattress. When she looked closely, she noticed that the mattress was pushed down as if someone had actually sat there. She was shocked and perplexed by the experience, as the room was completely silent save for the sound of her own rapid breathing and the gentle rustle of the bed linens. At first, she thought she might be dreaming or that her mind was playing tricks on her. We lived in this house for many years, and a lot of weird things happened there. There was also a haunted restaurant in town called the Bull's Head Inn, but we didn't go there much because it was very pricey, and I never saw anything weird happen there myself. However, there are rumors that the bar was constructed in an old woman's bedroom, and that she was a part of the temperance movement, which meant she disapproved of drinking alcohol. According to the story, she would throw cocktail napkins around, and some even broke glasses. When I was growing up, I lived in a small farmhouse on 2 acres of land. Our home was not a busy farm, but many different animals came to stay with us over the years. We had cats, dogs, chickens, rabbits, and even a few farm animals that visited. My mother was a kind veterinarian who spent much of her free time helping animals. She cared for sick, hurt, or mistreated animals and found them new homes where they could be safe and loved. Our home was quiet and peaceful with birds singing and wildlife all around. reminding us that we were not in a city. There was also a walking trail in the woods behind our house, and during the warmer months tourists, hikers, and campers often used the trail. Now I loved reading books and spent a lot of time in our barn. The barn was located at the back of our property along the fence, and I spent many hours there taking care of the animals and reading all my books, so sometimes I could hear people talking and laughing as they walked along the trail. When I was 10 years old, I usually got home from school about an hour before my mom finished work. I was a responsible kid, so my mom trusted me to catch the bus and start on my chores without any help. That day, as usual, I hopped off the school bus, opened the front gate by myself, and walked up the dirt driveway toward our house. When I stepped inside, I went straight to the kitchen where I made myself an after-school snack. I prepared a good old-fashioned peanut butter and jelly sandwich and poured a cold glass of milk. Then I took my snack and went out the back door, heading toward the barn. I knew my afternoon routine very well. Usually our dogs would run up to greet me, barking and circling around my legs with their tails wagging happily, but today I didn't see them anywhere. I called for them, but they didn't come. Instead, I heard soft, muffled barking coming from the barn. That was very strange, because we never locked the dogs in the barn. During the day they stayed outside, and at night they slept with us inside the house. I placed my snack on an old rough tree stump near the barn. Then I walked slowly to the barn door and carefully opened it to see if the dogs were okay. As soon as I opened the door, all 3 dogs burst out running happily with their tails wagging. I knelt down and petted them, relieved to see that they were all fine. After they had greeted me, I looked inside the barn from the doorway, and there was no one else. Maybe my mom had locked the dogs in that morning for some reason, or perhaps the wind had blown the barn door shut and they went inside. I didn't worry too much. I picked up my snack and sat on a bale of hay inside the barn. The dogs sat at my feet while I shared small pieces of my sandwich with them. Then out of the corner of my eye, I saw a tall, thin man with long, messy gray hair walking right past the barn entrance. I could hear him making strange babbling sounds. His voice was low and odd, like he was speaking in a language I had never heard before. Oddly, my dogs did not react as they normally would. Instead of barking or running over to investigate, they glanced toward the door where the man had walked by. They wagged their tails a couple of times, almost as if they were curious, but then went back to sitting near me. Normally, when a stranger comes onto our property, my dogs jump up, bark loudly, and rush over. A small bit of fear tugged at my stomach, but not too much, because I was just a kid and my dogs looked happy. I tiptoed to the doorway and peeked around to get a closer look at him. He was very tall and so thin that you could see his ribs and spine sticking out. His hair was messy like a rat's nest, and his beard was just as untidy. Now he was bending over our chicken coop, and I guessed he was searching for eggs. He pulled an egg out and stopped his strange babbling, studying the egg for a long time. Then he whispered something softly to the egg that I couldn't understand. I strained to hear his words, but they were lost in the air. Then, without any warning, he picked up the egg with his hands and put the whole thing into his mouth. I watched in shock as he bit down hard. I noticed that he was missing his front teeth and his mouth was oddly shaped. As he chomped, the yellow yolk began to spill out, slowly running down his chin and neck. I could see him grinding his jaw as he chewed, and the crunch of the hard shell. My stomach twisted and I wanted to vomit or scream, but I was completely frozen in place. When I finally snapped out of my shock, I screamed so loudly that the man turned his head to look at me. He didn't stop what he was doing, he just kept eating. I ran out of the barn as fast as I could, my feet splashing in the wet green grass. I climbed the back wooden steps quickly and rushed into the house. I slammed the door shut and locked it behind me. My heart was pounding hard in my chest and I felt terrified. I was very scared for my dogs and felt guilty for leaving them outside with that man. I pulled the small white curtain away from the window on the door and Carefully looked outside to see if my dogs were safe outside. In the middle of our yard, I saw the strange man standing still. He was staring hard at our back door, and to my shock, my dogs were calmly licking small bits of raw egg from his fingertips as if they thought he was a friend, even though the man seemed. Since my dogs were nice and didn't show signs of fear, I felt quite frightened and knew I needed to contact for assistance immediately to avoid a worse situation. I grabbed for the phone. As I hurriedly dialed my mother's work number, I heard the man begin babbling loudly once more. The strange babbling seemed to be getting closer, and I trembled even more, making it difficult for me to speak. When my mother answered in a shaky voice, I managed to say that I needed help and that there was a man on our property. She told me to go upstairs right away, and I slowly climbed the stairs, following her instructions exactly in the hopes that help would arrive soon. At that point, my mom abruptly ended the call and called the police. I heard the man's heavy footsteps as he stomped up the back steps. Once I reached my room, I locked the door just as my mom had told me. I then crawled under the bed, making sure not even one toe peeked out. The space under the bed was dark and cold, and I could barely breathe as I listened to the loud banging on the door. I lay there shaking and quiet, hoping that the noise would stop soon and that I would be safe. I kept thinking about the school holidays coming in a few weeks. I really did not want to be gone. When they arrived, the man walked around the outside of the house. I heard him banging on the windows, making odd, frustrated noises and yelling words that I couldn't understand, probably at me, but he clearly wanted to come inside, and I was waiting for a window to shatter or for him to kick in the back door. When you're scared, time seems to slip away, and I lost track of how long I hid and listened to him, but it didn't feel like long before I heard the police arrive. I could hear the wailing sirens and the sound of their radio coming closer. Soon I heard them talking to the strange man outside. They asked him questions in a firm, clear voice, but he didn't answer them. Instead, his babbling grew louder and sounded more panicked, like he was really scared. Feeling a bit safer now that the police were there, I slowly crept downstairs and carefully moved to the window to look outside. I could see the flashing lights of the police cars and hear the officers' voices in the light. I saw my mother running down the long dirt driveway. She looked very panicked. Her face was pale, and she moved quickly as she burst through the door, clearly desperate to get to me and bring me to safety. My mom wouldn't stop hugging and kissing me while the police asked me questions about what had happened. I felt a bit embarrassed because I was trying to explain everything, and she was so worried that she kept showing her love in front of everyone. Soon after, more police arrived as backup. They took the man with them to the police station, and I remember watching as he was led away in handcuffs. About a week later, the same two police officers returned to our house. They came back to speak with us again and to give my mom an update on the investigation. The police explained that the man on our property had been secretly living in our barn at night and hiding in the woods during the day for a few months. Many people had seen him on the trail during the summer. He was homeless, but he was not usually dangerous. This is why my dogs did not seem afraid of him. They had become friends with him. The police also said that he had health problems and had been in and out of the hospital many times. They explained that the man had started hiding in our barn when the weather began to get colder because he had nowhere else to go. He was a sick man, struggling with his health and trying to survive on his own. Over the years, many people had seen him on the trail during the summer, and my dogs had grown used to him. They saw him as a friend because he treated them kindly. This story does not end with that frightening night. My mother's kindness made a difference, and Jim's story ended peacefully when I attended his funeral 27 years later. At that time, the man we called Jim had finally received the help he needed. With my mother's support and care, he received treatment for his health issues and learned how to take better care of himself. Jim also started taking his medication again and started receiving his disability pension. My mother also helped him find a small place to live in town and even paid the security deposit so he could rent it. Jim then started helping out on our property, volunteering to care for the animals with my mother and me. Later, he earned a few paid hours each week at the vet clinic, where he helped clean and maintain the area. Even though Jim frightened us a lot and had no one in his life, he ended up making a big lasting impact on all of us, especially the animals. Sometimes when you meet someone who seems creepy, you think you'll never want to see someone like that again, but most of the time that feeling is normal. Jim deserved another chance. He wasn't a bad or mean person, he just needed someone to help him get back to a normal life. Jim was a sick man who occasionally had bad episodes, but overall, his final days went fairly well. He made friends in town and received support from his community, and he found a job in a home, and there were always people around to help him. I have told this story many times, but I still get chills when I think about that night so few years ago. My friend and I love to explore places in Connecticut that people said were haunted. We would drive to old houses, dark forest, and abandoned buildings, even though we never saw any ghost or anything strange. Then one day we decided to visit my hometown. It is a small town where people grow corn. Barns are everywhere in my area. Some barns are new and shiny while others are very old. I grew up in a small town where everyone knew each other and many people worked in the corn fields when they were young. My father was one of those people who worked on a local farm, and he has many memories from that time. One memory he often shared was about a strange man he saw on the farm. This man used to walk in the rafters of a large barn at the back of the field. The rafters are the wooden beams that hold up the barn's roof, and they creak when someone walks on them. Many workers had seen the same man, but only a few knew who he really was. Then one day my father became curious and asked about him. His face turned pale when he learned that the man was a ghost. Fast forward to a recent ghost tour my friend and I were on, and we set off to find that very barn. Getting into the fields was easy because the owners were family friends and gave us permission. We joked that the drive to the back field felt like a scene from a horror movie. The road was very muddy. Earlier in the week, there were storms with puddles that made every turn seem uncertain as we drove. As we did so, lightning bursts illuminated the pitch-black sky, and a fresh storm gradually moved in to guide us. I pulled out my phone and opened Google Maps. The aerial view showed the whole property, and I could see a small mark where the barn used to be, and I noticed that the barn had long since collapsed and was hidden deep in the forest, which made it very hard to spot from the road despite knowing its true location from the map. I kept this secret from my friend. It wasn't until we got close that we both felt a heavy, strange pressure in our chests. As soon as we drove past it, the feeling quickly faded away. Even though we were both scared, we wanted to see the barn clearly, so we turned around. We parked the car and aimed the headlights into the forest to light up. That heavy feeling returned, and this time it was much stronger. We eventually had to leave because everything felt angry. Just then a shadow appeared in the bushes in front of the barn. It looked like a man, and it stood there watching us. We panicked and rushed to get out of the fields, almost getting stuck in the mud along the way. That feeling of anger and dread stayed with us until we finally left the farm. The drive back home was quiet because the storm had arrived, pouring heavy rain everywhere. When we got home, the first words we said were to my father, "You were right." When this happened, I was around 12 years old, living in a peaceful suburb in South Carolina. I would spend hours walking my dog around the neighborhood because there wasn't much else to do back then. We had a 70 pounds Basset Hound named Rufus. One afternoon as it started to get dark, I was walking Rufus in the neighborhood when I saw a beat-up rusty red pickup truck driving slowly around. First, I didn't think much of it. Living in the South, pickup trucks were common and it wasn't unusual to see them. However, as I walked home, I noticed the truck turning down different streets, looping around as if lost. The neighborhood wasn't set up like a typical grid with blocks, but rather had a main road with smaller streets branching off and circling. Back to it I continued walking, but as I got closer to my house I saw the truck again, this time parked on the side of the road. When I turned onto the street where my house was, I noticed the truck starting to move slowly behind me with its lights off. Basset hounds aren't exactly the most intimidating dogs. They're short and stout, resembling a big dachshund with floppy ears and goofy expressions. Even though Rufus was large, he wasn't built for protection. He walked slowly and would often trip over his ears if he tried to run, with Rufus almost as heavy as I was picking him up, and running wasn't an option there. I was walking down a dark road in a quiet neighborhood with a slow dog and a creepy truck following me. I knew I couldn't outrun it, and I doubted anyone would hear me scream. After a while I came up with a plan, a risky one. When I reached one of the few lamp posts on the street, I stopped and turned around, staring at the truck. Stopped. Two parked about 30 feet away from me, as if trying to look like it wasn't following. I stood there staring at the truck, which sat motionless for what felt like an eternity, probably just 2 or 3 minutes. Eventually the truck turned its lights on and slowly drove down another street. As soon as it was gone, I sprinted into someone's backyard and hurried home. I never told my mom about that strange truck because I knew she would worry and probably never let me take the dogs out alone again. When I was younger, I lived in the heart of a bustling city. Anyone who has lived there understands how small some apartments can be when space comes at such a high price. Landlords do their best to fit as many people as possible into limited rooms. Since I worked from home at the time, my desk and bed were the only furniture I owned, since my apartment was so small that my bed was almost directly next to the front entrance. I couldn't afford much more since money was limited at the time. I stayed there for about 5 years, longer than most people in that building. My neighbors came and went frequently. Some were students, others were travelers from different countries. There were also a few families and a handful of young professionals. However, this story is about my worst neighbor. His name was Fred, and he was in his 50s. He was tall, though his poor posture made him seem more average in height. I imagine that if he stood up straight, he'd have been at least 6 feet 2 inches, and Fred had shoulder length gray hair and a bushy, untamed beard. He wore a plaid button-down shirt almost daily. When I first met Fred, I introduced myself and immediately felt uneasy. He appeared distant and unfriendly, as if even saying hello was a burden. He wouldn't share his name until I specifically asked. At first I brushed it off. Social situations aren't always my strong suit, so I thought perhaps I misread him, but what happened next made me uneasy. One afternoon I was sitting at my desk, which was beside my bed. Suddenly I heard someone walking toward my door. My apartment was at the end of the hall, so it wasn't common for anyone to pass by. I glanced up from my computer, curious about who it could be. Moments later I heard someone trying to open the door. There were a couple of shakes on the handle and a firm push. Thankfully I had locked the door. When they realized it was locked, they gave up. I sat there frozen for a few seconds, staring at the door. Slowly I got up and tiptoed to the peephole. The hallway appeared empty. Fred must have left. Still shaken, I waited a few more seconds before quietly cracking the door and peeking out. I saw Fred walking away with an empty duffel bag. I was seriously creeped out, especially since my bed was right next to that door. While having an actual bedroom would have provided more separation, there was something unsettling about how close he was while I slept, even though he couldn't get in. I talked to a few neighbors about Fred, and it turned out others had issues with him too. Apparently he had tried this before, going around trying to open doors in hopes they were left unlocked. Not many succeeded though, because most people locked their doors. From that day I made an effort to avoid Fred and didn't confront him. However, I would sometimes wake up in the middle of the night feeling like someone was trying to open my door. A few times I even got up and looked down the hall, but other nights I just went back to sleep. I never caught him again, but I still wonder how many times he tried when I wasn't awake. This took place in Florida sometime between 2004 and 2006. I was around 7 years old at the time, and my sister was a few years older. I am French American, and growing up overseas made visiting my grandparents in America a unique experience. They had a neighbor, a very old thin man as far as I can recall, who lived with his wife. We didn't see her often, but sometimes we'd catch a glimpse of her trimming the hedges or staring at my sister while we played in the backyard. My grandparents used to live in a different house just a few houses down from where they currently lived. I always wanted to go back and retrieve some toys I'd left behind at the old house, but I never got the chance. On several occasions the old man would try to get me and my older sister to enter his house. Sometimes he would approach us separately, and other times he would try to get us both together. Even as a young child I remember certain details vividly. There was one particular encounter with the neighbor that has stuck with me. On a normal Florida day, I was playing in the backyard and searching for lizards. Pastime, I noticed the neighbor waving at me and hesitated for a moment before walking over. He seemed to gesture for me to come into his garage. Just before I reached him, my older sister appeared behind me, grabbing my hand. She scolded me for almost stepping onto our neighbor property. When I told her what had happened, she glanced at him. The old man began saying strange things like, "Your dog is in my garage, come get her, I have some candy." After a few minutes of this I grew bored and sat down in the grass. I remember my older sister leaning down and whispering something in my ear. When I say so, we run got it. I nodded, unsure why we needed to run. As my sister locked eyes with the man, he continued to talk about candy, the dog, and other random things. As he got closer, my sister whispered again, "Now," and we both got up and sprinted back toward the house. The man was shouting after us to come back. Once inside, my sister told our parents what had happened, and they made it clear that we should never speak to the man again. Our dog was safe in the house the whole time. At the time I thought it was just a strange experience and didn't pay much attention to. It wasn't until much later that I realized how serious it could have been. After that, the neighbor kept trying to get me to follow him into his house. Several times I would wander too close while looking for golf balls, always making an arrow. When I was about 9 years old, the man died in 2008. I don't recall the specifics, but it had to do with his heart. At the time, I didn't really care. I was just relieved that he was gone and that my sister and I wouldn't have to deal with him anymore. Looking back, I've realized how unnerving it was, but as a child, I didn't give it much thought. I continue to question why he was so eager to have my elder sister and I move in with him, why he lied about the dog, and what he intended to do with us. I moved out of my parents' house a bit later than most. My family had moved to the United States from Eastern Europe when I was a baby, but my parents still held very traditional values. It took my father quite a bit of convincing before he would allow me to leave, especially since I'm a woman. He believed I should stay home longer. That being said, I was 24 when I finally got my own place. I had a steady job, so I was able to afford a decent one-bedroom apartment not far from my parents. It was in one of two identical buildings next to each other near a major bus terminal in our city. Each building had 20 floors and every apartment had a balcony except for the ground floor. My apartment was on the 14th floor, offering a beautiful view of the highway. The balcony was a good size and closed with a metal and glass railing. It connected to my neighbor's balcony, separated only by a concrete wall. What I really appreciated about this place was that there were no other buildings nearby, so I could go out there and not feel like people could see me. During my first week, I introduced myself to some neighbors. Most were young professionals like me, and I made a few friends early on. However, one neighbor gave me an uneasy feeling right from the start. His name was Gary, and he lived right next door to me. He seemed older, maybe in his late 30s or early 40s. Gary was about 5 feet 10 inches. And stocky, resembling a football player, though a bit out of shape. He had a short beard and always wore a backwards baseball cap. A bit odd for someone his age in my opinion, but not a big deal. We met for the first time in the hallway outside our apartments. As I mentioned, we were next door neighbors. I quickly got the impression that he was hitting on me, and I'm not the type to think that about everyone. In fact, he asked me out the very first time we met. I politely turned him down, not wanting to make an enemy, especially since we shared a wall. As weeks went by, I kept running into Gary, which was bound to happen since we lived so close. However, it started happening too frequently. It was quite common for me to be waiting for the elevator and Gary would show up right next to me. Maybe it was a coincidence, but I began to suspect he was listening for when I left my apartment, then coming out to catch me in the elevator. I know it sounds a little paranoid, but it gave me the creeps. It wasn't until the following month that things spiraled out of control. One night, I went to bed early, around 9:00 p.m. I fell asleep well before 10 o'clock, but I woke up in the middle of the night, not completely awake but conscious of my surroundings. I felt like someone was watching me in my room, so I sat up, opened my eyes, and looked around, but it was still dark when I woke up enough to realize something wasn't right. I reached for my phone, which had a flashlight app, and turned on the light. I didn't see anything, but as soon as it turned on, I heard someone run away and slam my front door. I'm sure I also heard Gary's door slam after that. Without that evidence, I would have still suspected him. I called my parents and went over to their house that night. After I calmed down, I tried to figure out how he got in, but I can't be positive. But my best guess is that he climbed around the wall separating our balconies and entered through the sliding glass door. I never kept that door locked because it always seemed like no one could access it. Needless to say, I moved out of that place the following day and returned to live with my parents. When I went back with my father to move my belongings after getting married, Gary was nowhere to be found. He must have been too scared to show his face after everything that had happened. My wife and I moved into a modest one-story house on a quiet street. It had 2 bedrooms, and since we were planning to have children soon, the second bedroom was set aside for that. The house was modest, but the lot size was surprisingly good, which was one of the reasons I liked it. The neighborhood was full of trees and plants, and the neighbors were really friendly. At first, we met Jack, an elderly man who lived across the street from us. He was unmarried and lived alone, and I calculated that he was about 65. Jack was of ordinary height and moved with a small slouch that made him look somewhat shorter. He always wore good clothes, almost like a grandpa or a retired professor. He often wore a plaid dress shirt with a cardigan or a sweater vest, sometimes a bow tie. Jack was an intriguing person. He once owned part of a construction company, but later sold his share to a partner and worked at a used bookstore for the next several decades. I admired that about him. There's more to life than money, and if you can, why not do something you truly enjoy? At the time, I was in my mid-20s, so Jack felt almost like a grandfather figure to me. Over time, we became good friends. He often invited my wife and me over for dinner, and in return, we would have him over at our place. One Friday night, we were at Jack's house for dinner, enjoying ourselves. As always, the dinner was still in the oven, so I decided to go to the bathroom before it was ready. I excused myself and walked down the hallway. On my way I passed Jack's office, and out of curiosity I glanced inside. His laptop was open on the desk, turned on. I'm not sure why, but something drew me to it. I looked over my shoulder, and when I was sure no one was watching, I tiptoed into his office and sat down at his desk. Instantly I felt guilty, but I couldn't resist the urge to snoop a little. I started by checking his browsing history, but there wasn't much to see. His activity was clean. However, as I scrolled through his photos, I noticed something strange. There were pictures of the outside of my house, lots of them taken at night. He had hundreds of IMEs from different angles. What was even more unsettling was that in one of the photos, I could make out the silhouette of my wife from behind a curtain. My heart started to race as I kept scrolling. The images became more and more focused on our house, and I knew something was terribly wrong. One photo in particular stood out. The camera seemed to be pressed right against our window. It was the middle of the night, and yet the most chilling image came next. I found a picture of my wife and me sleeping, taken from the foot of our bed. Jack had been sneaking into our house at night all this time. That was enough. I slammed the laptop shut and walked back to the dining room, where my wife was sitting with Jack chatting. She seemed completely unaware of who she was sitting beside. I couldn't even speak. My hands shook as I grabbed her hand and walked out the front door. I didn't even bother putting on my shoes. My wife was confused, but trusted my instinct and followed me. Once we got home, I told her everything, and that night we moved into a motel as soon as we could. We sold the house and never saw Jack again. This was by far the creepiest thing that's ever happened to me. There's no telling how far Jack might have gone if I hadn't found those images on his computer. But thankfully we got away when we did. I always had a strange feeling about my neighbor, whom we'll call Mr. Johnson. He lived a few houses down from mine. When I was growing up, Mr. Johnson lived alone in the largest house on the street, and nobody really knew much about him. He was always quiet and kept to himself, but there was something in the way he looked at me that made me feel very uneasy. I would see him almost every day, but we never spoke. I would estimate that he was around 50 years old, had short gray hair, a mustache, and a limp, though I'm not sure why. It wasn't until I was playing video games in my room, which was at the back of the house, that I realized how creepy he could be. I like to shut out the outside world when I play by drawing my curtains, turning off the lights, and donning a noise-canceling headset. Suddenly, I felt as though someone had entered the house, which was strange because my parents weren't supposed to be home. Until the following day, I was unable to hear anything, but I could feel footsteps moving throughout the house. I was certain that someone had broken in, so I stopped playing my game, removed my headset, and listened intently until the noise stopped. I dismissed it and resumed playing. A short while later, but the footsteps resumed, this time more persistent and stronger, and every step felt like it shook me. The noise seemed to be coming from the kitchen, so I tiptoed out of my room and carefully descended the stairs, peeking around every corner. When I arrived, I noticed that one of the cabinets was open. I knew I had closed it before I started my game, but it was still wide open. My heart pounded as I got to the cabinet, but just as I was about to close it, I heard a rustling sound behind me. I turned around, and there he was, standing in my kitchen, looking back with a blank expression on his face. I think he must have been intoxicated because he didn't say anything for a moment, just stood there silently. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Your mom called me and asked if I could check on you, but that was impossible because I was 14 years old at the time, and my mom had left me home alone countless times if she wanted to check on me." I didn't believe him, but I didn't want to start a fight, so I told him I was fine, thanked him, and he turned to leave. But before he did, he looked back at me and said, "See you soon, kid." I was left shaken and disturbed, unable to figure out how he got into my house, and I was certain I had locked the door. I was too terrified to sleep that night, so when my parents came home the following day, I told them everything right away. By the time I was halfway through the story, my dad had already called the police, who promised to look into it. They interviewed Mr. Johnson, but he denied everything, so there wasn't much else we could do. I began to feel like I was going crazy, and there wasn't enough evidence. Over the next few weeks, I barely slept, and every noise made me jump. I went out of my way to avoid seeing Mr. Johnson, but it wasn't easy. One morning, after seeing the security footage, my father called the police, and they were able to arrest Mr. Johnson and search his home, and what they discovered was even more unsettling than I could have imagined. I still don't understand how Mr. Johnson obtained the keys to our home and the homes of many of our neighbors. He was given a prison term, and I haven't seen him since. I still have nightmares about Mr. Johnson and the way he used to stare at me. I left that house as soon as I was old enough, and my parents followed shortly after. It's hard to imagine how much worse things could have gotten if he hadn't been stopped. It was a really close call, and it was by far the creepiest experience I've ever had. I grew up on a farm where my dad was building our house. Since the front door wasn't finished, we didn't have a lock or a doorbell, so we eventually moved into a duplex in town. It had 2 doors at the front, one of which led down 7 steps to our unit, and the other led up 7 steps to the other unit. An elderly woman lived upstairs. I was around 9 years old when I was playing outside after school, and for the first time, we had a lock and a doorbell. I would lock myself out and then ring the doorbell. I did this twice, and amazingly, my mom wasn't upset with me. I was about to lock myself out a 3rd time, but I changed my mind. My mom was at home in the kitchen preparing dinner, which was at the rear of the duplex. What if my mom got tired of coming to unlock the door? At one point, I noticed a green car driving around the block in an odd way. Considering the location and how far out of the way it was, it didn't seem to make sense. The car came from the north, turned west onto our street, past me, then turned north again. It was circling back, moving quickly, and eventually stopped directly in front of our unit alarm. Bells went on off in my head. In a small town, people don't park in front of someone's place unless they belong there, and anyone who did would have parked in the driveway. 2 men got out of the car. One was older, probably in his late 30s or early 40s. The other looked like a young adult or an older teenager. The older man had tattoos on his arms, which was unusual back then. They both rushed toward me the moment I saw their feet touch our grass. I opened the door, ran inside, closed it, locked it, and hurried down the steps. I hid in my bedroom, which was at the front of our unit, and crawled under the bed. I listened closely for any knocks or doorbell rings. Our doorbell was loud, but even the upstairs bell would be audible. I strained my ears, but heard nothing for a few minutes. Finally, I built enough courage to look outside, and they were gone. I didn't tell anyone, and eventually I forgot about it. A year later, we moved to the other side of town into a house. One day my parents and I took a drive around the small town. A common activity in a place like that. We slowly drove through streets, casually exploring. My dad eventually drove past that old duplex we used to live in. He turned onto a main road west of the duplex. The road ran south, but somehow he took a westward turn again onto a dirt road. I didn't know that road existed. It was further west. There were shacks and rundown houses hidden out of sight past the main road. I had no idea this part of town existed. We passed one shack then. Another at the next shack, I spotted the same green car from a year ago. I was so frightened I pressed my body low against the car floor as we passed. Looking back, I realized those men lived there, and they were probably on their way home. If they had been driving along the main road, they would have seen me playing outside my door. I must have looked like I was locked out, ringing the doorbell and trying the lock. They circled back, waiting for an opportunity to make their move. They were likely surprised when I simply walked inside. They weren't visiting the elderly woman because they never returned. That old lady didn't have people with tattoos visiting her anymore. This happened about 20 years ago. My wife and I lived in a peaceful neighborhood with our son Matthew. We knew most of our neighbors. It was one of those places where everyone was friendly and everyone knew everyone's business. There were a lot of kids in the area, some of whom were friends with our son, but there was one kid who caused a lot of trouble. His name was Zach, and he was 10 years old, 1 year younger than my son. Zach was shorter than most kids his age, but he was strong, not fat, but very thick, almost muscular. He was always getting into fights with other neighborhood kids, but he always had an excuse. It seemed that wherever Zach was, trouble followed. The other kids knew about him, but they also saw him as one of the cool kids, so they still wanted to hang out with him. Needless to say, my wife and I didn't like Zach. We were worried about the influence he might have on Matthew. His parents didn't do anything about his bad behavior, so there wasn't much we could do. Things took a terrifying turn one day, though. Matthew came home from playing with his friends, and as soon as he walked into our house, a strong smell hit me. It was unmistakably the smell of gasoline, and it was all over my son. I looked at him and could tell he was distressed. He wasn't crying, but he looked like he was about to. Matthew was scared out of his mind. He stood in the doorway trembling. I got up from the couch, walked over to him, and put my hand on his shoulder. I felt something wet, and when I smelled it, I realized Matthew was soaked from head to toe in gasoline. After he cleaned up, we sat down in the living room, and he told me what happened. Matthew and his friends were walking through the woods when they ran into Zach and a few other kids. Zach had a water jug filled with gasoline, though I never found out why. Somehow Zach poured the gasoline all over Matthew's head, then pulled out a lighter and pretended to light it. The other kids stood in horror, but no one did anything. Eventually Zach let them go, and they all ran home. To me, that went way too far. Up until then, Zach's behavior had been bad, but not out of the ordinary. This incident made me genuinely fear for my son's life. I called Zach's parents, hoping they would take responsibility. But just like before, they didn't seem to care. It was as if they were in denial about what was going on with their son. There was clearly something wrong, but they refused to acknowledge it. I didn't want to call the police, but they left me with no choice. My wife and I decided to involve them because of what he did to Matthew. Zach was sent to a juvenile detention facility. I'm not sure how long he was there, but once he returned home, things only got worse. We frequently saw Zach strolling around our house, pacing the street in front of our house and looking menacingly into the windows. It was obvious that he was trying to scare us. Matthew also told me that he bragged to others at school about how he was going to kill our whole family. Someone must have had a conscience, because eventually a teacher learned of his plans and reported it. The police got involved again, and when they searched his room at his parents' house, they found some very disturbing things. Somehow Zach had managed to get a hold of a gun as well as several knives. They also discovered a journal where he had written down all the things he planned to do to my family. After that, Zach's family moved out of our neighborhood, and that was the last time we saw him. Thankfully, his plans were never fulfilled. A few years ago, I searched his name out of curiosity, and I found some news articles and public records. It turned out that he had been in and out of prison for most of his life with numerous assault and robbery charges. Honestly, I was surprised he hadn't done worse. That kid was seriously troubled, and in my opinion, it's only a matter of time before he does something worse. My name is Josh, and this happened to me when I was in high school around the year 2006. I grew up in a tight-knit neighborhood where everyone knew each other. I had a great group of friends, with Andrew being my closest. We also had a few other really good friends. There was only one elementary school and one high school in the area. Since we all attended the same school, we became very familiar with one another. It was an ideal place to grow up, and I cherish those memories. However, everything changed when a new kid moved in a few houses down from mine. His name was Mason, and from the moment we met, I sensed there was something unusual about him. He never smiled, never made eye contact, and always seemed to keep to himself. I know it can be tough being the new kid. My friends and I were already close, so it must have been difficult for him to fit in socially. First, I thought he was just shy, but as time went on, I realized it was something more. Mason was unsettling. There was something about the way he looked at you, like he was evaluating you, deciding whether you were worthy of his attention. It was strange because usually when a new kid comes into the picture, they try hard to be accepted, but didn't do that. I hardly ever heard him speak. The only time I did was in class when a teacher asked him a direct question. I started avoiding him, but at the same time I couldn't shake the curiosity. He was like a puzzle, and I felt compelled to understand him more out of curiosity than anything else. One day I decided to try talking to him at lunch. I sat down next to him. He always sat alone. I asked him about his family and what he liked to do for fun, anything to get to know him better, but he just stared at me, not saying a word. Felt like talking to a wall. After an uncomfortable silence, I got up and returned to my friends. "How did it go?" Andrew asked. "I don't know," I replied. "Something's off about him." From that moment, my friends and I decided to keep our distance from Mason. I didn't know what was going on with him, but I didn't want to be on his bad side either. We agreed to be polite, but stay away. Over time, strange things began happening. Someone broke into my neighbor's house and stole some money and other belongings. A few days later, there was a fire in the woods near the school. It was clearly intentional, as forest fires never occurred in that area. We all suspected Mason. The teachers and parents wouldn't say it out loud, but they saw him as a troubled young man struggling to fit in, and they didn't want to make things worse. My friends and I knew better, though. We wanted to get to the bottom of it, so we tried searching the internet for news articles or anything related. However, since it was 2006, the internet wasn't as advanced and there wasn't much information available. One evening, while walking home from a friend's house, I heard a noise coming from the woods. It sounded like Mason talking to someone. It was strange since he rarely spoke at all. Curiosity got the better of me, so I followed the sound and stumbled upon Mason. He was pacing back and forth in the woods, talking to himself in complete nonsense. Fortunately, no one was harmed because Mason's father was awake and was able to get the rest of the family to safety. Shortly after, there was a fire at Mason's house in the middle of the night. The police investigated, suspecting arson, and discovered that the fire was intentionally started. Mason had a large knife in his right hand, so I quickly turned around and carefully left the area. When I got home, I told my parents, but they didn't believe me, thinking I was just making things up for attention. I never saw or heard from Mason again after he was charged with arson and attempting to harm his own family. It was a wake-up call for our community because nothing similar had ever happened to us before. Mason's family moved away shortly after the whispers, and I can't say that I blame them. I tried to find out more about Mason and what happened to him, but I couldn't find anything. Perhaps that's a good thing, and I hope that he has changed his life. My name is Robbie, and I am a 28-year-old man from Central England, UK. In March of last year, I was helping my family build a fence. We were using tools to make sure the fence was sturdy enough to withstand stormy weather, but we had previously had problems with people trying to damage our property even though we had done nothing to provoke them. Perhaps someone had been influencing them, who knows? A young, unruly boy approached us while we were working on the fence, demanding to know what we were doing and threatening to harm us. Our house was semi-detached, with neighbors on either side. There were 3 other semi-detached houses down the road on the right. My brother and I laughed it off and carried on working when the boy approached the road and reached for his pockets. I asked him, "What are you going to do?" And, with adrenaline pumping through my veins, I firmly said, "Move away from our property." I'm not asking again because I have mild traumatic brain injury and PTSD from an incident years ago when a violent person threw a brick at my head without cause. But that's a different story. The boy ran away and came back with his father, who was about 6 feet 3 inches and stocky. He was angry and shouted, "Did you threaten my son?" I denied threatening him and told him to leave our property. My brother and I tried to reason with him, but I don't remember the entire exchange. The father then raised his metal pole toward my neck and placed it firmly but gently there. His eyes had a horrible psychotic expression, and he threatened to cut me to pieces if you ever threatened my son again. I was terrified, my heart pounding like a Ferrari. In my panic, I took a pizza cutter from the kitchen and started swinging it at my brother from the driveway, screaming, "Who are you going to cut to pieces?" He called us liars, so we phoned the police right away. My brother grabbed a drill and turned it on as they ran. One of the 2 armed cops who came with a gun and tasers attempted to console me as the other officers spoke to my brother and mother. He told us that they would look into it while recording a statement on a body camera. I need you to do that because he is obviously dangerous and has the potential to harm others. It was confusing to me that the incident made my PTSD much worse, but I'm thankful to the doctors and nurses who gave me powerful anti-seizure medications once the fence is finished. The officer agreed and said they would send local officers to follow up. 3 days later, the local police came by to talk with us again, but nothing came of the investigation, probably because they couldn't identify the man I suspect was connected to the crazies living in one of the other 3 houses nearby, though they weren't questioned. I plan to move away and install a CCTV system with remote access for any future incidents. My brother may stay behind to support our mom, but as for the crazy asylum dad, I never want to see him again ever. I grew up in a small town in Louisiana. My parents ran a landscaping business, and we lived in a modest house on the edge of town. Our neighborhood was peaceful, and I spent most of my time playing with my friends and helping my dad with his work. One of my dad's employees, lived down the street from us. He was an older man, probably in his 50s, with a scruffy gray beard and a belly that stretched his t-shirt. He always smelled of cigarettes and alcohol, and his speech was often slurred. He was never my favorite person, but my dad seemed to trust him, so I didn't question it. Besides, I didn't have to interact with him much since I was usually at school or playing with my friends. But one day things took a darker turn. It was a warm afternoon early in the summer, and I had just gotten home from school. My parents weren't home yet, so I had the house to myself. I was planning to spend the afternoon playing video games and snacking on junk food when there was a knock at the door. I peered through the window next to the front door and saw Al standing there. He looked disheveled, holding something in his hand, a note. Perhaps my parents had always warned me to be cautious about strangers, and he definitely fit the description. Although not technically a stranger, I decided to treat him as one. But then Al spoke and his voice was slurred and shaky. He called me little buddy as if I were a kid or a pet, and I didn't like that. I tried to be kind and open the door, but I was staring back. I'm not sure why, but I suppose I just lacked the courage to tell him to go since everything was going well. I said, "What do you need?" I inquired, and Al's eyes darted about anxiously as if he was looking for a quick response. "Oh, not much." He said he just wanted to say hello and maybe show you something great, but something about the way he said that didn't set well with me. I wanted to slam the door and call my parents, but I didn't want to take the chance of upsetting him since I knew they wouldn't approve of it, so I tried to sound strong without coming off as hostile. Al's eyes furrowed and he added, "Come on, kid. It will only take a minute." I shook my head, saying, "No, I'm sorry, I can't. Maybe another time." Al stepped toward me as his face became serious. He added, "I think you're going to like what I have to show you, and if you tell anyone I'll make sure you regret it, but I couldn't shut the door if I wanted to listen." He was now halfway inside the doorway. I was panicked and my hands were trembling. I knew I needed to take immediate action. I inhaled deeply before taking out my phone and quickly dialed my dad's number. "Hey Dad," my dad answered, "Stay put," and I said, "I'm on my way." I hung up and turned to face Al, who was now standing completely in the doorway, his eyes fixed on me. "Al's here and he's acting weird. Can you come home?" "What's happening, child? Why are you calling your dad?" he questioned, his tone changing from threatening to almost begging. I stepped back and gripped my phone firmly, saying, "You need to leave." Trying to sound bolder than I could tell from Al's reaction, I replied he spat, twisted into a snarl, and said, "You'll regret this, you and your whole family." He turned and staggered down the stairs, vanishing around the corner of the house. I watched him go, feeling both relieved and afraid. A few minutes later, my dad pulled into the driveway, and I hurried outside to meet him, my legs trembling with relief. "What's going on?" he asked, his face showing fear. I stormed over to Al's house, still in his work clothes and with his heavy boots, and I followed him like a lost dog. I told him everything in a hurry, and my dad listened patiently, his face getting angrier with each word that piece of crap he muttered. I knew he was trouble. Al slurred as we got closer, his face inches from Al's. "You know damn well what I want," he said, holding a beer on his porch. He was so inebriated that he could hardly sit up straight. "What the hell were you doing at my house trying to lure my son away?" he growled. Al's face went slack with surprise. "I wasn't doing anything," he said, his voice rising in pitch. "I just wanted to say hi." My dad didn't believe him. He grabbed Al by the collar of his shirt and pulled him to his feet. "You're done," he said, fired. "If you ever come near my family again, I'll make sure the whole town knows what kind of scum you are." Al stumbled backward, tripping over his own feet and falling onto his porch. His beer spilled onto the ground. My dad turned and stormed back toward our house, leaving Al sputtering and cursing behind him. The whole incident really scared me. I couldn't stop thinking about what might have happened if my dad hadn't come home when he did. What if Al had managed to grab me and pull me into his house? I don't even know what that guy was capable of. My dad tried to reassure me, telling me that he would always protect me and that Al was just one bad person in a mostly good town. Still, it was creepy knowing he was so close. For a few weeks after the incident, I didn't sleep well. I kept imagining a lurking outside waiting for his chance, but gradually, as time passed and nothing happened, I began to relax. I still avoided Al whenever I saw him around town, but I didn't feel like I was in imminent danger anymore. A few years later, Al's health declined and he was moved into a care home. I never saw him again. After that, a young family moved into his house, and they were really nice. I kept Al's identity in his attempts to accomplish things. I didn't want people to know a secret. This story took place almost a decade ago when I was in my early 20s. I used to visit my grandmother a few times each year, usually during the summer, because she lived in Minnesota where the winters were harsh. My grandmother lived in a relatively small town, and I always enjoyed the peaceful, quiet atmosphere. Her apartment was in a complex made up of 5 buildings, all 2 stories high. They were arranged in a square shape and faced a large courtyard in the middle which had a swimming pool. I always looked forward to these visits, but one summer things took a frightening turn. It was a sunny day, and I was walking to the local grocery store to pick up a few things for my grandmother. As I walked, I noticed a man from the apartment complex walking behind me. I had only been in town for a couple of days at that point and hadn't seen him before. He seemed new to the area. I tried to ignore him, but every time I glanced back, he was still there, just a few steps behind me. I began to feel uneasy. Maybe I was being paranoid, but something about his presence made me uncomfortable. He was following too closely. I stopped on the sidewalk and stepped aside, hoping he would pass by, but he did the same. He stood there staring at me. My anxiety increased, so I walked more quickly in an attempt to get to my grandmother's apartment, but he remained a safe distance behind me. I was ready to start running when I heard my grandmother's voice calling out from the doorway of her apartment. I turned around, glad to find her standing there, looking sternly at me. The guy turned and went away. I experienced a sense of relief. My grandmother explained that she had seen the man before. He had a reputation for acting strangely and following people. She warned me to be cautious and to stay away from him. Every time I left the apartment, I felt like I was being watched. It seemed he was always nearby. One afternoon, I was walking to a nearby park when I heard someone calling my name. I turned around and saw that man standing just a few feet away, a creepy smile on his face. "Come with me," he said, holding out his hand. "I have something to show you." I was too scared to move or speak. The man stepped closer, and I could smell the stale scent of alcohol on his breath. "Don't worry," he said in a low, menacing voice. "I won't hurt you." I screamed and ran back to my grandmother's apartment. I told her what had happened, and she immediately called the police. They took my statement, but never followed up. That man ruined my visit to my grandmother's town. The whole time I was there, I felt like he was watching me. As soon as I could, I left town and never looked back. I never wanted to see that man again. Later that year, I spoke to my grandmother over the phone, and she mentioned that the man had been arrested. I never asked her what he did. Truthfully, I was too frightened to ask, and she never shared the details. I can only imagine, since his arrest, I never saw that creepy man again, and my grandmother never brought him up again either. I'm glad it stayed that way. I had just finished college when this happened. My boyfriend and I moved to a new city, into a small, cozy apartment. It was just the right size for the two of us, and we were excited to begin our new life together. I had taken a job at an insurance company, though it wasn't my dream job. My student loans were larger than I cared to admit, so I took the highest paying position I could find. My boyfriend hadn't secured a job yet, but he was actively looking. The building we lived in was older but well maintained, and the neighbors were friendly. It had 5 stories and took up an entire city block shaped like a large U with a parking lot in the center. We lived on the first floor, and our view wasn't great. Fantastic windows facing other flats. After a few weeks, something started to feel strange. One evening while I was preparing dinner, I noticed the blinds in the apartment directly across from ours were slightly open, and a faint silver light peeked through them, almost like a camera lens or binoculars. At first, I thought it was a coincidence, but it happened again the following night and the night after. Ours felt like we were on display to the rest of the building from almost every direction. I was first paranoid, but as the days went by, I saw hints of movement behind the curtains, and eventually I started to believe that someone was watching us from that window. My boyfriend acknowledged that it was odd and that we ought to take action, so we made the decision to talk to the landlord about our worries. We explained what we had been going through and asked him if he knew who was residing in the apartment across from us, but the landlord declined to get involved, saying we lacked hard proof and that it was primarily based on our intuition. My boyfriend and I were watching TV late one night when the blinds in the apartment next door suddenly opened, revealing a shadowy figure inside. This was the first time we had ever seen the person who lived there, so we stood by the window and peered through the blinds until the light inside the apartment flickered on and we recognized him. He was about 30 years old, with dark black hair and thick glasses, and his face seemed permanently set in a frown, almost as if he couldn't smile. He was staring at us, and there was no question that he knew we were there. The next night, my boyfriend and I were sleeping in our bedroom next to the window. We always kept the curtains drawn, so when I woke up in the middle of the night to the sound of tapping on the glass, I sat up in bed, my boyfriend still sound asleep, and peeked through the curtains to see that our neighbor was standing there. Dim light from the building fell across half of his face, giving him a truly terrifying appearance. I immediately closed the curtains and grabbed my phone to call the police to report what had happened, but by the time the officer arrived, the neighbor had left, so we filed a report and informed the landlord. The next day was as terrifying as that night was, but in a way, it was a relief. I still don't know what happened to that neighbor, but I think he should have been charged with stalking. We didn't follow through, but it still haunts me. Up until that point, we felt like we were going crazy trying to explain what was happening. After that night, there was no question that our neighbor was a disturbing figure. We packed up and moved to a different part of town shortly after. Our new apartment became a fresh start for us. We were grateful to move past that experience. We paid a bit more to secure a higher floor unit, feeling more secure. Since then, we haven't had any issues, and we are much happier in our new home. I live in the UK, and I used to live on a quiet street that ended in a cul-de-sac. It was one of those streets where there's only one way in and one way out. We had nice neighbors overall, but there was one neighbor who was quite unsettling. He was a builder who lived 3 houses down. He would talk to us occasionally, which was normal, but he also brought wine to our house for him and my mom to share. At the time, my mom was a single parent, and she always declined his offer when he proposed that she wasn't interested in him. He would give me and my sister advent calendars for Christmas and ask me things like when my birthday was trying to get closer to us. I was young at the time and I didn't realize how creepy his actions were. What still gives me chills to this day happened on bonfire night in 2017. I was about 9 years old. That evening, my sister and I were supposed to visit my dad and spend time with him. That's when the neighbor down the street asked if we were doing anything for bonfire night. My mom didn't see it as a red flag and told him that we were going to my dad's house. That meant my mom would be home alone later that day. I decided to stay with my mom so she wouldn't feel lonely. When night fell, my mom and I went to a friend's house. There were other kids my age there and we got along well. We spent the evening playing and having fun. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, my mom and I returned home and went straight to bed. I woke up to a strange sound, though I wasn't sure what it was. It was still dark outside, making it even more confusing. I opened my bedroom door and saw a figure walking through the house. At first I thought it was my mom because I couldn't see who it was and they didn't react to me when I opened the door. I assumed it was my mom returning from the restroom since the flush of the toilet woke me up. Our home was set up with a bathroom at the top of the stairs, followed by my sister's room, my mom's room, and my room at the end of the corridor. The dark figure walked into my mom's room and left the door open. I waited and watched. Eventually, the figure walked out of her room and down the stairs. Then my mom came out of her room and into mine calling the police. She looked out the window but didn't see anyone. The police arrived within 5 minutes with 2 officers. One was asking questions and the other was checking around the house. The officer inspecting the house mentioned that the back door was broken, likely with a tool like a screwdriver. My mom explained that she woke up to a figure standing over her thinking it was me, so she said my name. The figure walked out calmly. I think I made the right choice by staying with my mom. If she hadn't thought it was me, something worse might have happened. After that night, our creepy neighbor never spoke to us again. I had my suspicions about him because he was a builder and clearly had access to tools that could break a simple door lock. He acted in a strange manner toward my mom, and since he lived a few houses down, he could have easily fled. LED before the police arrived. For that reason, I believe it was probably him. When I was 19, this experience happened to me after my first year of college. I moved into a house off campus with some friends I had made in the dorms. We decided to rent a house together since we couldn't find a place close to the school. Our neighborhood mostly consisted of families and non-students, which made the house feel a bit out of place for us. The house wasn't the nicest. There were spots where the paint was peeling, but it had a cozy vibe, and we were excited to have our own space. Finishing our first year and stepping into our second felt like a fresh start, and moving into that house felt like a step toward independence. We spent the first few days unpacking and setting up our rooms. I had the good fortune to have the biggest room with a huge window that allowed in plenty of natural light. My roommates and I quickly settled into a routine, going to classes, studying, and spending time together in the evenings. However, something began to feel off. A few houses down, there was a man named Paul who seemed to always be around. He appeared to be at least 35 years old, but acted as though he were our age. He would often be outside when we came or left the house, waving and trying to make small talk. I wasn't upset that he was friendly, but he didn't seem to understand when we weren't interested. One evening I saw him on the street and he asked what I was doing, clearly trying to ask me out. I told him I was busy with school, thinking he'd get the message, but for the next few weeks he kept pressing. No matter how many times I said I wasn't interested, he kept following me, trying to start conversations. One evening when we had a small gathering with some friends, 8 of us total, he showed up uninvited. He had been drinking and acted like he was trying to impress everyone. I wanted him to leave, but I was afraid he might get upset, so I asked my friend Ryan to handle it. Ryan, a 6 feet 4 inches and rugby player, struck up a conversation with Paul, but things soon got out of hand. Paul became enraged and produced a knife. Since there wasn't enough evidence to file charges, Ryan moved away, and one of my friends called the police. By the time they got there, Paul had put the knife away, but we all told them what had happened, and the police believed us, so he was arrested. The following day, Paul returned, and we kept our doors locked and our curtains closed at all times. I even stopped going to class alone and only left when someone could accompany me. I was genuinely scared, but no matter what we did, Paul continued to make us feel unsafe. We saw him outside the house watching us, and he would occasionally make threatening gestures. Eventually, we couldn't live like that anymore. We broke our lease and found a new place to live. It was such a relief to leave the house and that creepy neighbor behind. We were really disappointed that the police couldn't do more. 8 eyewitnesses should have been enough, but for some reason it wasn't. Paul was a dangerous person, and I wouldn't be surprised if he hurt someone else. I couldn't even bring myself to look him up online. Last year, something unexpected happened to my partner and me. We moved into a new apartment together for the first time. It was a fresh start in a new city, and we were excited to begin this new chapter in our lives. The apartment had a modern design with white walls and large windows that allowed in plenty of natural light. Our neighbor Alex was the first person we met in the Building, he was tall with short blonde hair and a muscular build. He seemed friendly and greeted the rest of the building with a warm smile. We chatted briefly and he offered to help us with moving, and we politely declined, though we appreciated his offer. Over the next few days, we often saw Alex around the building. He always greeted us warmly and asked how we were settling, and the conversations were light, filled with standard pleasantries. He seemed like a nice person, and we were happy to have a friendly neighbor. However, we started receiving threatening notes slipped under our door. They were written in shaky handwriting, filled with angry and violent messages, many of which were poorly written. Makes both of us frightened. We reported the notes to the building manager, who assured us that he would investigate the matter. We didn't suspect Alex at all. In fact, we couldn't fathom who else could be responsible. The building had decent security, and it seemed unlikely for an outsider to gain access without being noticed. Additionally, there wasn't a clear motive. We got another note a few days later, this time more explicit and threatening, saying that we would regret not leaving the building. We took the new note to the building manager, who directed us to the security office, where they were able to view some footage we were unaware of, showing Alex putting the notes under our door. We were both horrified and terrified. Although we were unsure of Alex's motivations, we felt we had to defend ourselves, so we called the police and gave them the video. Alex was arrested and charged with stalking and making threats. It turned out that he had a history of mental illness and had stopped taking his medication. He had become fixated on us, convinced that we were conspiring against him. His delusions led him to send us threatening notes in an attempt to scare us away. We felt relieved that Alex was no longer a threat, though we felt true sympathy for him. Upon learning about his situation, we chose not to press charges. We saw it as a mental health issue, not a criminal one. After that experience, we never truly felt safe in our apartment again. A few months later, we moved to a different building. It was a relief to start fresh in a new space. I'm a female, and this happened when I was about 12 years old. For some background, I had a neighbor who lived a few streets away from me. For a couple of months, he lived with his dad because he couldn't afford his own place, which wasn't a problem. Life can be tough. However, he began peeking and looking into windows of houses around the neighborhood. The police had been called on him multiple times, and he was arrested several times for smaller incidents. As this continued, rumors spread that he was lurking around the neighborhood, causing parents to hesitate about letting their kids play outside. One day I met him face to face. I was walking home from my grandparents' house with my younger brother, who was 10. They lived within a short walking distance from us, so we walked and talked about our day while my mom drove home ahead of us. We didn't want to ride in the car. We preferred to walk instead. It was a beautiful day, and we enjoyed the fresh air. Once we finally turned the corner to our small cul-de-sac, we saw the man's car drive by, and I whispered to my brother, "That's him." He replied, "No way," being the astute 10-year-old that he was, and he yelled out to the moving car with the windows down, not realizing how dangerous it could be. I gave him a stern look and told him to keep walking, but the man turned his car around and began following us. I saw in shock and screamed, "Run!" and we ran straight into my mom's arms, who was waiting for us in the garage. The man then drove around the cul-de-sac and left, returning the way he had come. That night, we all huddled together, feeling uneasy, wondering if he was lurking around. But as far as we knew, he never returned. 2 weeks later, he was arrested for doing something inappropriate to a woman at a Walmart. It's been a year since then, and he's back in the neighborhood causing trouble again. There have been many rumors about what he's up to, but I'm not sure what's true. I wish this story had a better ending, but here we are always wondering what happened to him, and constantly looking over our shoulders. This happened a few years ago when my wife and I were living in a downtown apartment. Our place was in a modern building with large windows that reached from floor to ceiling, and everything was connected to Wi-Fi, including the appliances. The area had many similar buildings, all very close to each other, so it was easy to see into other people's apartments. If you looked out the window, it was a bit unsettling to be at home and have such a clear view into the lives of others. Unsurprisingly, I kept the curtains closed as much as I could. However, we had several houseplants that needed sunlight, so we had to keep the curtains open sometimes. Though the sunlight wasn't direct, it was enough to keep the plants alive. After a while, we became accustomed to it, so we started leaving the curtains open more often. Felt a little suffocating with them closed all the time. For a while, everything seemed normal, but one evening my wife came home in a state of distress. She was crying and speaking in a rushed, incoherent way. She rushed over to the window and furiously pulled the curtains shut. Despite my attempts to calm her down, she couldn't seem to compose herself. The only words I could understand were that we needed to move. When I asked her why, she kept repeating the same things over and over. After a few minutes, she managed to explain what had happened. She told me that she had received an anonymous email with a link to a website. On the site, there were countless hours of video footage of us at home recorded through the windows. I wanted to see it, but she was hesitant. However, curiosity got the better of me, and we turned on my laptop to check. To my horror, her story was true. Our neighbor had been filming us for months, videos of us sitting at home, watching TV, cooking dinner, and going about our daily lives. After a few minutes, I shut the laptop and walked over to the window. I peeked through the curtains and looked toward the neighboring building. From the video, it wasn't immediately clear where the camera was positioned, but I managed to pinpoint it to a section with 3 or 4 apartments. Then I spotted a glint of a camera lens from one of the neighboring windows that confirmed where the camera was. Knowing where it was, I called the police. We went to the station and filed a report, but it didn't lead to much. The police simply advised us to keep the curtains closed since we knew who was responsible. I found it hard to believe that this didn't qualify as a criminal offense. I should also mention that, although she isn't a huge celebrity, my wife is somewhat of a public figure because she works for the municipal government where we live, and people occasionally recognize her. I suspect that she was targeted because the person filming her recognized her, so it goes without saying that we left that apartment as soon as possible. This happened to me when I was 12, while I was at a friend's house, who we'll call Sam. Looking back, Sam was one of those popular students at school who was constantly getting into trouble. Since I wasn't exactly a member of the cool set, I'm not sure how I was able to maintain our friendship for so long. I didn't know why it was called Mop, but I agreed to play, so we went down to his front yard and looked around the road to see if anyone was approaching. One Friday after school, I stayed over at his house and we decided to play one-on-one soccer in the backyard. After about 20 minutes of play, he asked if I had heard of a game called Mop, which I hadn't, so he explained how it worked. Hide somewhere along the road, and when someone drives or walks by, you shout the word Mop in the hopes of getting a reaction. I didn't think many people would pass by Sam's house because it wasn't on a busy road and there was a patch of woods about 20 houses down. I hid behind the garbage cans near the driveway fence, and Sam was hiding in the garden on the other side. At that time, it was about 4:00 p.m., so it was still daylight, which made the game seem less exciting to me. After about 2 minutes, a car passed by and Sam yelled Mop, but nothing happened, which wasn't surprising because I knew a driver wouldn't be able to hear us. Shortly later, a guy and a woman were on their way by me while walking their dog. The game went on for a while, and I was getting bored. I remember asking Sam a few times if we could stop, but he just laughed and called me a baby because Sam was the cool kid. I didn't want to look like I couldn't handle it, so I kept playing until I saw a homeless man walking down the street. Sam couldn't have seen him yet, so I gave him a signal that someone was coming. He waited until the man got closer, and I noticed that he was talking to himself as if he was having a fight. He looked to be in his 40s, and he was wearing rough, long, greasy hair and had a dirty face. As the guy walked past me, I became anxious. Sam said something out of the blue, "Mop," and then the man turned to face the house. I was furious and afraid that the man might have seen me behind the bins. He began to pace back and forth while muttering to himself and staring at the house. Eventually, he disappeared from view. I went out from behind the bins and approached Sam, but before I could reprimand him for his actions, he said something even more. I wish I could say that we immediately left, but Sam wanted to see where he was going, so we continued. Reckless said, "I know it was a terrible idea, but being an 11-year-old just wanting to fit in, I agreed." We kept our distance from the man, following him towards the entrance of the woods. We hid behind a car and watched him go into the woods. After a few minutes, Sam stopped abruptly and I heard him mutter something to himself. I moved up beside him and, just ahead behind some rocks, I saw the man crouching down and staring directly at us. Before I could react, he got up and ran towards us, screaming like a crazy person. Sam entered first, and I followed closely behind him. The leaves were dry and made a loud crunching sound beneath my feet. Sam and I screamed and ran, fearing that the man would grab me at any moment. Fortunately, the man stumbled and fell, and I felt the air move from inches behind me. I slowed down a little and turned to see him lying flat on the ground, growling angrily. Even though I could no longer see Sam, I kept running. We soon emerged from the trees and began sprinting down the road back to Sam's home, where he was waiting for me when I returned because I could still hear the crunching of leaves and branches. When I was a child, I hadn't even started kindergarten yet, and I lived with my grandparents after my parents separated. My dad worked in the town next door, which was not far, so I got to see him on the weekends. I never talked about that night to anyone, and Sam hasn't either. At 22, I've learned a valuable lesson about respect that guides me every day, and I'm forever grateful that he didn't get the chance. So we started leaving the curtains open more often, felt a little suffocating with them closed all the time. For a while everything seemed normal, but one evening my wife came home in a state of distress. She was crying and speaking in a rushed, incoherent way. She rushed over to the window and furiously pulled the curtain shut. Despite my attempts to calm her down, she couldn't seem to compose herself. The only words I could understand were that we needed to move. When I asked her why, she kept repeating the same things over and over. After a few minutes, she managed to explain what had happened. She told me that she had received an anonymous email with a link to a website. On the site, there were countless hours of video footage of us at home recorded through the windows. I wanted to see it, but she was hesitant. However, curiosity got the better of me, and we turned on my laptop to check. To my horror, her story was true. Our neighbor had been filming us for months, videos of us sitting at home, watching TV, cooking dinner, and going about our daily lives. After a few minutes, I shut the laptop and walked over to the window. I peeked through the curtains and looked toward the neighboring building. From the video, it wasn't immediately clear where the camera was positioned, but I managed to pinpoint it to a section with 3 or 4 apartments. Then I spotted a glint of a camera lens from one of the neighboring windows that confirmed where the camera was. Knowing where it was, I called the police. We went to the station and filed a report, but it didn't lead to much. The police simply advised us to keep the curtains closed since we knew who was responsible. I found it hard to believe that this didn't qualify as a criminal offense. I should also mention that, although she isn't a huge celebrity, my wife is somewhat of a public figure because she works for the municipal government where we live, and people occasionally recognize her. I suspect that she was targeted because the person filming her recognized her, so it goes without saying that we left that apartment as soon as possible. This happened to me when I was 12, while I was at a friend's house. Who will call Sam? Looking back, Sam was one of those popular students at school who was constantly getting into trouble. Since I wasn't exactly a member of the cool set, I'm not sure how I was able to maintain our friendship for so long. I didn't know why it was called Mop, but I agreed to play, so we went down to his front yard and looked around the road to see if anyone was approaching. One Friday after school, I stayed over at his house and we decided to play one-on-one soccer in the backyard. After about 20 minutes of play, he asked if I had heard of a game called Mop, which I hadn't, so he explained how it worked. Hide somewhere along the road, and when someone drives or walks by, you shout the word mop in the hopes of getting a reaction. I didn't think many people would pass by Sam's house because it wasn't on a busy road and there was a patch of woods about 20 houses down. I hid behind the garbage cans near the driveway fence, and Sam was hiding in the garden on the other side. At that time, it was about 4:00 p.m., so it was still daylight, which made the game seem less exciting to me. After about 2 minutes, a car passed by and Sam yelled mop, but nothing happened, which wasn't surprising because I knew a driver wouldn't be able to hear us. Shortly later, a guy and a woman were on their way by me while walking their dog. The game went on for a while, and I was getting bored. I remember asking Sam a few times if we could stop, but he just laughed and called me a baby because Sam was the cool kid. I didn't want to look like I couldn't handle it, so I kept playing until I saw a homeless man walking down the street. Sam couldn't have seen him yet, so I gave him a signal that someone was coming. He waited until the man got closer, and I noticed that he was talking to himself as if he was having a fight. He looked to be in his 40s, and he was wearing rough, long, greasy hair, and had a dirty face. As the guy walked past me, I became anxious. Sam said something out of the blue, mop, and then the man turned to face the house. I was furious and afraid that the man might have seen me behind the bins. He began to pace back and forth while muttering to himself and staring at the house. Eventually, he disappeared from view. I went out from behind the bins and approached Sam, but before I could reprimand him for his actions, he said something even more. I wish I could say that we immediately left, but Sam wanted to see where he was going, so we continued. Reckless said, "I know it was a terrible idea, but being an 11-year-old just wanting to fit in, I agreed." We kept our distance from the man, following him towards the entrance of the woods. We hid behind a car and watched him go into the woods. After a few minutes, Sam stopped abruptly and I heard him mutter something to himself. I moved up beside him and, just ahead behind some rocks, I saw the man crouching down and staring directly at us. Before I could react, he got up and ran towards us, screaming like a crazy person. Sam entered first, and I followed closely behind him. The leaves were dry and made a loud crunching sound beneath my feet. Sam and I screamed and ran, fearing that the man would grab me at any moment. Fortunately, the man stumbled and fell, and I felt the air move from inches behind me. I slowed down a little and turned to see him lying flat on the ground, growling angrily. Even though I could no longer see Sam, I kept running. We soon emerged from the trees and began sprinting down the road back to Sam's home, where he was waiting for me when I returned because I could still hear the crunching of leaves and branches. When I was a child, I hadn't even started kindergarten yet, and I lived with my grandparents after my parents separated. My dad worked in the town next door, which was not far, so I got to see him on the weekends. I never talked about that night to anyone, and Sam hasn't either. At 22, I've learned a valuable lesson about respect that guides me every day, and I'm forever grateful that he didn't get the chance. I started crying, breathing heavily, and covered in sweat. I was seldom left alone at such a young age since my uncle, who was my dad's brother, also lived with us. I was trained not to open the door for strangers if I was at home by myself. I grew up in a tiny town where everyone knew one another's names and life was quiet. One neighbor, David, would come over often to watch hockey night in Canada, family picnics, and other activities. I can't recall his real name, so we'll stick with David. Was friends with both my grandpa and my uncle. He'd share beers with my uncle while watching hockey and help my grandpa with yard work or working on the truck when my grandpa returned from hunting. If he managed to catch a moose, they'd unload it from the back of the truck into the shed. One evening I was home alone for a short time. Grandma went to bingo and Grandpa called to say he'd pick her up. I was watching cartoons, so I didn't want to go with him. He told me he'd be back soon and reminded me not to open the door for strangers. I remember hearing the truck start and seeing its headlights pull out of the driveway. Then he was gone. Just a few minutes later there was a knock at the door. I rushed to the front of the house and asked, "Who is it?" David's familiar voice replied, "It's David," I said through the door. "Grandpa and Grandma aren't home right now. I just saw your grandpa's truck drive away," he said. "My uncle isn't home either," I responded. I know I was speaking to him on the phone. "He's at another friend's house drinking beer. Can I come in?" David insisted I'm not allowed to open the door for strangers. I told him I'm not a stranger. He said, "I'm your neighbor. You know me. Let me in." He was right. I did know him. He was a family friend who lived next door. It didn't occur to me at the time why he would want to visit. When my uncle and grandpa weren't home, I unlocked the door and opened it for David. I remember him towering over me as I looked up. He was drunk. I could tell by the way he talked and how his upper body swayed. He squinted with one eye. He stepped inside, and I moved back quickly to avoid being stepped on. He placed his hands on my shoulders. There weren't any alarms going off in my head yet. I had seen my uncle drunk before. I told him to come in and wait in the kitchen if he wanted. Then I planned to return to watching TV, but he wouldn't let go of my shoulders. I tried grabbing one of his hands to free myself, but it was futile. I don't remember what he was saying, but I could hear the anger in his voice and fear began to rise within me. He dragged me into the kitchen and grabbed a large knife. "Do you want to get stabbed?" he asked as he poked me with the knife on my stomach. I began to cry out in fear. "Shut up," he told me, "or I'll cut out your tongue or slice your throat." I felt the cold steel of the knife as he faked slicing my throat to show me he wasn't joking. The next moment, I heard the sound of the truck pulling into the engine shutting off and doors opening and closing. Relief washed over me knowing help was just seconds away. I was about to yell for help when he covered my mouth to silence me. He turned us towards the door. I saw it open and my grandma entered the house. Her smile faded instantly when she saw David holding me hostage with a knife. She screamed for my grandpa to get inside immediately. My grandpa was always a big and strong man. He rushed in, his voice booming. "What the hell is going on here?" he demanded. As he looked at David still holding me hostage, I remember seeing the rage and hatred in my grandpa's eyes as he approached David. His voice was still loud as he yelled, "What do you think you're doing?" He advanced toward David in full attack mode. I was unable to see what was happening, but I could hear the struggle in the kitchen as my grandpa was victorious. At last, I was able to look up as he pushed David out the door and slammed it shut, saying, "Never come back here again, you son of a." I don't really know what his motivations were, but when my grandpa's truck drove away, he probably noticed my uncle wasn't home and maybe knew my grandma was at bingo that night too. I was a little boy when I was sitting with my grandma after his funeral after graduating from high school, and I told her about the hero he was that night. She looked a little nervous as she recalled the story, saying it was a very scary night. She mentioned that my grandpa went hunting that night, which I vaguely remembered he occasionally did that for camping trips, but it wasn't a regular activity. She didn't remember much else, and she wondered why he had gone out, which led me to believe that they never charged David. I never saw him again. My name is Perry, and I grew up on the outskirts of a busy city. It felt like a small town even though it was part of a larger area. I knew almost everyone in the neighborhood, even those without children my age. I only later realized that this wasn't typical. Twice a year, we held neighborhood parties, one for Christmas and another for the summer. The streets were wide and lined with large trees, mostly oak and maple, on one side, and on the other side was a highway, which dampened the atmosphere a little, though the noise wasn't awful. People didn't lock their doors because everyone looked out for one another. One of my neighbors, Carrie, was older than me. She was about 17 when I was 11, and she and her older sister, Claire, used to watch me when I was younger. We were close for a while because I was an only child and I loved having them around, but she went through a rebellious phase where she distanced herself from me. I overheard my parents talking about rumors about her, and our neighborhood parties were well known with them. Because of its large main floor and full basement, which can accommodate at least 40 people, the all-twins home is often used for gatherings. The story takes place during the 2011 Christmas party at the all-twins house. We arrived at around 6 p.m., and as usual, my parents mixed with the other kids while I joined them in the living room to play Super Smash Bros. On the GameCube, a game I was completely enamored with at the time. After an hour, I got up to see what else was going on, and then the front door swung open, and Carrie entered. I felt a little uncomfortable around her because we used to be so close, and her new boyfriend Brad stood next to her. He was tall, probably about 6 feet 3 inches, muscular, with short brown hair and a patchy beard. His demeanor annoyed me, even though he didn't look bad for his age. As soon as they walked in, I could tell they were intoxicated. Even at 11, it was obvious I probably only recognized it from movies and TV shows. I felt uneasy and went back to playing video games. I had seen him a few times before, but I didn't like him. Shortly after I heard a fight start, Carrie and her father were shouting at each other in the kitchen. Her father was attempting to defuse the situation, perhaps out of embarrassment, but Carrie was acting aggressively, so things just became worse. Brad couldn't help but glance over again as he participated in the yelling and stretching the bounds. They were in the kitchen, a large open area where everyone could see them. I was shocked when Brad took a folding knife out of his pocket and opened it, even though he didn't point it directly at anyone. In an instant, Car's dad lost it, and he and Brad screamed at each other with a ferocity I had never witnessed before. It was obvious that he thought Brad had corrupted his daughter. Then, Mrs. Alwyn became agitated and shouted that she was contacting the police, which apparently deterred them. Carrie and Brad left the house quickly after Mrs. Alwyn gathered GED, telling us kids that the party was over, understandably, so my parents and I went home. The following morning, a police officer knocked on our door. I watched from around the corner as my dad spoke to him, but I couldn't hear what they said. After the officer left, I was too afraid to ask my dad for details, so eventually the truth came out. For the next few days, our street was filled with police cars, which was an unusual sight as we rarely saw them in our neighborhood. I wasn't interviewed, but some of my friends told me that Brad was found dead in the small wooded area near my house. The cause of death was determined to be hypothermia, but there were signs of injuries from a possible fall. It's easy to imagine Brad tripping and passing out from his level of intoxication, but I've always wondered if something more happened after the party. Some of the more conspiracy-minded neighbors believe that Carr's dad may have been involved. In the early years of my first marriage, my then-husband Daniel and I lived in a small apartment with 3 floors and a basement. It was a dreary and terrible place with a serious rat and mouse problem, and I had only been down there out of curiosity. The only reason anyone else would go down there was to tend to the furnace through the fuse box. It would have been nice if they cleaned the place and added a laundry room, but that never happened. We used a laundromat down the street, which wasn't the most glamorous establishment, but it was adequate while we worked on our careers. Even though the pay wasn't fantastic, Daniel's recent graduation from a local community college's accounting program and his first job were significant milestones for us. Meanwhile, I was wrapping up an internship in a physical therapy program. I thought our apartment was on the 2nd floor, and we had a few neighbors, most of whom we didn't even know. The other tenants on our floor kept to themselves and were all very quiet, with the exception of our upstairs neighbor, Claude and Celia, who frequently argued verbally but never physically, because Daniel was very calm and serious, spoke with purpose, and never minced words. Once you got past his tough outer shell, though, he was really sweet and caring, and I think he felt the same way about me. We would occasionally pass each other in the hallway and strike up a conversation, maybe because I was afraid of a fight breaking out and didn't want to get into that. We never bothered to complain about them, even though the noise was a real annoyance. It just didn't feel like our place to get involved, even though in hindsight I know we should have. Claude was older, about 35, and Celia was probably my age, was 23. We were not startled when the shrill sound of a woman's scream pierced our ears one night because the walls were thin enough that we could hear even light conversation, though we usually couldn't make out the actual words because they were always muffled. It seemed like once or twice a week we would wake up to yelling from upstairs. When Daniel and I both jumped out of bed at the same time, I initially thought it was the fire alarm, but when I woke up, I saw it was another fight between the couple upstairs. By that point, we had heard dozens of fights, but this one was different. The screaming was higher, but oddly, it seemed to be very one-sided. Claude seemed to be attempting to defuse the situation by remaining calm while Celia was yelling. Since I couldn't understand much of the words, I could only infer it from the tone. At one point, I considered calling the police, but Daniel intervened. Calmly, "Go back to sleep, it's not our place." I didn't like his tone, but I grudgingly backed down. The yelling went on for a few more minutes, then there was a loud thud and a crash on the floor like someone had just dropped a ton of bricks. After that, there was silence. "How can I go back to sleep? Do you hear this?" I shot back, "Listen, we've heard all this before, just let it go." I was shocked by Daniel's coldness. There was no way he didn't hear what I heard. I got out of bed and searched the room for my phone because I couldn't let this pass before I had a chance to call him. Daniel was lying motionless on his back with his eyes closed. I knew he couldn't be sleeping, but I said, "Did you hear that it stopped? Now go back to sleep." I heard police sirens getting louder. Then I heard the door of our building open and several people entering and stomping up the stairs. I figured someone else must have called, so I sat on the end of my bed and buried my head in my hands. After about 30 seconds, I looked over at Daniel and he was just lying there seemingly asleep. I couldn't understand how this situation didn't bother him more. I knew he heard what I heard, so how could he be so cold? My attention soon turned back upstairs. I could hear that others had entered the place upstairs, and as soon as they did, the woman's scream started again. It was Celia, which meant Claude must have been the one hurt. I also found it odd that the screaming only started again when the police or paramedics arrived, or whoever it was. I then got up and looked up the window. There was an ambulance parked in front of the building. The flashing lights were still on, and I noticed a stretcher being wheeled out to the back of the ambulance. I'll never forget what I saw on the stretcher. It was Claude, and he was badly beaten. I couldn't understand how he looked so bad at that moment. However, I didn't know what was more disturbing, the event itself or Daniel's indifference to it. Was crystal clear that we had just witnessed a crime. I didn't feel comfortable sleeping in my own bed that night, so I went out to the living room and tried to sleep on the couch. I must have drifted off at some point, because I remember waking up in the morning. Daniel was sitting in a chair in front of the couch. He was looking at me as if he was waiting for me to wake up. His legs and arms were crossed, and there was a serious look on his face. I sat up on the couch and looked at him. He said, "I don't know what you think you heard last night, but if anyone asks, we were asleep. What I heard at all, why would I say that?" I asked. "It's just not our place to get involved," he added. His expression was very serious and cold. I was beyond creeped out at this point. There was something going on with Daniel, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I agreed not to tell what I'd heard that night, but I couldn't understand why I was so suspicious of Daniel that I decided to dig deeper. Later that night, I went through his phone while he was in the shower after work. I took it out of his pocket. It was password protected, but I knew the code, so I entered it and started snooping. It wasn't long before I found messages between him and Celia. They were having an affair. It was all in plain sight, but I hadn't seen it. I moved out of the apartment immediately and stayed with my parents for a while. We divorced soon after. I found out later that Claude died, and it was ruled an accident, but I don't believe it. I think Celia murdered him and Daniel had something to do with it, even though I can't prove anything. That's the only thing that makes sense. If that's true and Daniel inspired to kill Claude, then was I next? The summer of '95 was supposed to be about adventure, a break from the dull routine of school, TV, and riding bikes around the same few blocks in our quiet neighborhood. My parents had been talking about this trip for months. 2 weeks in the Rockies, camping, hiking, fishing, a full escape into nature away from phones and responsibilities. I was just a kid, maybe 10 or 11, old enough to feel excitement, but not old enough to understand the danger that can lurk in the most unexpected places. The drive to Black Hollow Park took nearly a day. The last stretch of road twisted through thick forests, the kind where the trees grow so tall and dense that even in the daylight there are patches of shadow. The deeper we got into the wilderness, the more I started to feel something, not exactly fear, but unease, like we were driving into a place that didn't entirely belong to us. Our campsite was near a lake, one of those crystal clear ones where the water reflects the sky so perfectly that at night it looks like you're staring into the universe itself. The air smelled like pine and damp earth, and even in July there was a chill that settled in. After sunset, we spent the first day setting up camp, pitching the tent, collecting firewood, unpacking food. My dad was the type who liked to do everything by the book, double-checking the food storage, making sure our supplies were secure in the bear-proof containers provided at each site. We settled around the fire as night fell, the flames crackling and popping as we Roasted marshmallows. I remember staring into the dark trees, feeling small under that vast starry sky. That's when he appeared. A man stepped out of the forest, just beyond the reach of the fire's glow. At first my dad tensed. Out here miles from civilization, unannounced visitors weren't exactly common, but then as the firelight touched his uniform we realized he was a park ranger. He was tall and lanky with a sharp face and wide unblinking eyes. His uniform was neat, pressed even, but something about him felt wrong. It wasn't just his posture slightly hunched like he was uncomfortable in his own skin, or the way he kept looking around scanning the shadows between the trees. It was his eyes, too wide, too alert. He introduced himself as Ranger Mark, though his voice trembled slightly when he spoke. "Evening, folks," he said, his gaze flickering from me to my parents. "Just doing my rounds, checking in. You all know the rules here, right?" My dad nodded. "Yes, sir." "Got the pamphlet at the entrance." Mark hesitated. "Good." Then, after a pause, he added, "Make sure your food is locked up tight. We've had incidents with wildlife that wasn't unusual." Everyone knew the importance of keeping food secure in bear country, but then he added something that sent a chill down my spine. "And keep your eyes open, not just for animals." He didn't allow us, didn't explain, just tipped his hat and walked off into the trees, swallowed up by the darkness within seconds. My mom turned to my dad, her face pale. "What was that supposed to mean, Dad?" Forced a small laugh, but I could tell he didn't like it either. "Probably just wants people to be careful," he said. "Don't worry about it." But we did. The next morning started off normal enough. Breakfast cooked over the fire, my dad and I skipping rocks across the lake while my mom read a book in her camping chair. We had almost forgotten about Ranger Mark's eerie warning. Then we heard shouting from another campsite. We hurried over and saw another ranger, this one younger, more built, like he'd served in the military. His name tag read Jim. He was furious, yelling at a family, a man, woman, and two teenage boys. "You didn't lock up your food," he snapped, hands on his hips. "We did." The father protested. "We made sure last night." But when they checked, the bear box was wide open. Their food was gone. No claw marks, no scratches, no signs of an animal breaking in, just open. Ranger Jim exhaled, running a hand over his face. "You don't get it," he muttered. "You can't be careless here." The way he said it wasn't just about wildlife. That night my dad didn't sleep. He didn't say it, but I knew he was uneasy. He sat by the fire long after my mom and I crawled into the tent. I could hear him shifting in his chair, poking the fire, listening. Then around midnight I woke up to the sound of rustling, soft footsteps on pine needles. I held my breath as my dad unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. Then suddenly he grabbed his flashlight and flicked it on the beam, landed on two figures standing just beyond the fire. One of them was Ranger Mark. The other was a man in dark clothing, slightly shorter, his face obscured by shadows. Both of them were holding something small. "Bags, our food." "Hey!" my dad shouted, leaping to his feet. For a moment the figures just froze. Then, as if suddenly remembering they'd been caught, they turned and bolted into the trees. My dad grabbed his flashlight and took off after them, but they were fast, too fast. Within seconds they had disappeared into the night. When my dad came back, his face was pale. "We're leaving," he said, first thing in the morning at dawn. As we were hurriedly packing, Ranger Jim showed up. His face looked even more strained than before, dark circles under his eyes. "You saw them, didn't you?" he asked. My dad hesitated. "Who are they?" Jim exhaled. "They've been out here for years. At first just little things, stealing food, scaring campers, but then people started disappearing. I felt my stomach turn. They watch, they wait," Jim continued, "and sometimes people don't come back from there." Hikes. We left immediately. Years later I heard the full story on a true crime podcast. Two road rangers had been caught in that park, Mark and another man whose name was never released. They had been stalking campers, watching them, breaking into their supplies to make it look like animals were responsible, but it had escalated. One camper had been found badly injured, claiming he had been lured into the woods. That led to an investigation, one that uncovered years of disappearances connected to those 2 men, some were robbed, some were just never found. That summer I learned something terrifying. The real monsters don't have glowing eyes or sharp claws. Sometimes they wear badges, and they smile like they're there to protect you. That night in 1985 still lingers in my mind like a ghost that refuses to fade. The cold bite of the mountain air, the way the trees swallowed the moonlight, the distant rhythmic rush of the Merced River, it all felt so serene at first. My best friend Mike and I had set out from Fresno that morning, eager to escape the oppressive heat of the city. We were young, invincible, and ready for a weekend of camping, just the two of us surrounded by the vast untouched wilderness of Yosemite National Park. Looking back, I sometimes wonder if we had noticed the signs earlier, if we had listened to that gnawing instinct that something was wrong. Maybe we would have turned around before it was too late. We arrived at our chosen campsite in the late afternoon, our truck rattling over the dirt path as we followed the winding road deeper into the woods. The spot was perfect, tucked away near the river, but not too far from the main trails. It felt remote enough to be an escape, yet still within reach of civilization if we needed it. The moment we stepped out of the truck, the scent of pine filled our lungs, fresh and crisp, mingling with the earthy undertones of damp soil. The golden sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting dappled shadows over the ground. Mike and I wasted no time setting up camp, pitching the tent near a large oak tree and gathering firewood for the night ahead. By the time we got the fire going, the sun had started its slow descent beyond the towering peaks. The sky was a blend of deep oranges and purples, a breathtaking display of nature's quiet beauty. We sat back in our fold-out chairs, sipping cheap beer and listening to the soothing sounds of the river. For the first time in weeks, I felt completely ease. And then they arrived. 2 park rangers walked into our campsite without a word of greeting. Their presence was abrupt, almost unnatural, as if they had materialized from the shadows of the trees themselves. The first one was tall and wiry, his uniform neat, his posture stiff. His face was sharp, angular, with deep-set eyes that held no warmth. The second man was shorter, stockier, his round face partially hidden beneath the brim of his ranger hat. But it wasn't their appearance that unsettled me, it was the way they looked at us. Their gazes weren't casual, weren't the kind of routine inspection you'd expect from park officials. They studied us, scrutinized us, as if trying to determine something. "Good evening, gentlemen," the tall one finally said, his voice flat and devoid of friendliness. "You boys aware of the wildlife out here?" Mike and I exchanged a glance before I nodded. "Yeah, we've camped before, got our food in the bear locker and everything." The second ranger tilted his head slightly, his lips curling into something that might have been a smirk or a sneer. "Good," he murmured. Then, after a pause, he added, "Some campers don't come back." Mike let out a nervous chuckle. "Oh, that's supposed to be a joke." The 2 rangers didn't answer, they just stood there for another few seconds, their eyes still on us, before turning and walking away. The firelight flickered against their backs as they disappeared into the forest, swallowed by the darkness. For a long moment, neither Mike nor I spoke. There was something about the encounter that felt wrong, that was weird. Mike muttered, poking at the fire with a stick, "They could have at least cracked a smile or something." I forced a laugh. "Maybe they take their jobs too seriously, or maybe they're just messing with us," he suggested, trying to freak us out for fun. I wanted to believe that I really did, but something about the way the second ranger had spoken, the way he had said those words, "Some campers don't come back," didn't feel like a joke. It felt like a warning. As the night wore on, we tried to shake off the encounter. We roasted hot dogs over the fire, cracked a few more beers, and talked about everything from college to old girlfriends to where we saw ourselves in 10 years. For a while it felt normal again. Then, just as we were about to turn in for the night, we heard it, footsteps, soft, measured, crunching over the dried leaves just beyond the fir light's reach. Mike froze his beer halfway to his lips. "You hear that?" I nodded slowly. "Yeah, probably just an animal," he muttered, but his voice wavered. And then, out of the darkness, a sudden beam of light flashed in our faces, blinding us. I threw up a hand, squinting against the glare. "What the hell?" The light shifted slightly, revealing a silhouette. It was the shorter ranger. from before you left your trash out." He said, his tone eerily neutral. "Bears will come if you're not careful." I swallowed hard, my pulse quick waning. We were just about to clean up. For a moment he didn't move, didn't respond. He just stood there, his flashlight trained on us, his face the dark mask in the glow. Then finally he turned and walked away. The light bobbed with his steps, disappearing into the trees. Mike let out a shaky breath. "Okay. That was definitely weird." I couldn't argue, my stomach was twisted in knots. We cleaned up quickly, packed away every scrap of food, every stray wrapper, and made sure the bear locker was tightly sealed. Then, still on edge, we crawled into the tent, but sleep didn't come easy. Every sound outside had me on high alert: the rustle of the wind through the branches, the distant hoot of an owl, the occasional creak of the trees. And then around midnight I heard it again, voices low, whispering just outside our tent. "Think they're asleep." "Doesn't matter," came the reply. "We do this quick." My blood turned to ice. I turned my head slightly, locking eyes with Mike. He was already awake, his face pale in the dim moonlight filtering through the tent fabric. He mouthed one word: "Run." Slowly, carefully, we unzipped the tent just enough to peek out, and what I saw made my breath catch in my throat. The two rangers stood near our campsite. One of them was holding a shovel. My heart pounded so hard I thought it might burst. We didn't wait. As quietly as we could, we slipped up the back of the tent and into the forest. The cold night air stung my face as we ran, our boots barely making a sound on the soft earth. Behind us I heard movement. "They're gone," one of the voices hissed. "Find them." Terror surged through me, and we ran harder. The forest blurred around us as we sprinted for our lives, weaving between trees, ducking under low-hanging branches. I didn't look back, I didn't dare. When we finally saw the faint glow of the ranger station up ahead, a wave of relief nearly made me collapse. We burst through the door, gasping, shaking, barely able to get the words out. The ranger on duty listened, his expression growing more serious with every word. By dawn the two men were caught. They weren't rangers at all, they were killers. I've been a park ranger for over 15 years now, working in some of the most remote and rugged parts of the country, the kind of places where the air is thick with silence and the only sounds are the rustling of trees or the occasional distant cry of an animal. People often think of the outdoors as peaceful and serene, but as a ranger I've learned that the woods hide much darker things than most people realize. There's one story in particular that still makes my blood run cold whenever I think about. It happened a few years ago, and it changed how I view the wilderness forever. I was stationed in a large national park deep in the forest. The park was remote with few visitors, especially in the off-season when the weather turned colder. We had a handful of campgrounds, mostly for people who like to hike and enjoy the solitude, but there was always the risk of someone getting lost, or worse, someone having bad intentions. One cold November evening I was on my usual patrol, just checking the campsites to make sure everything was secure. The sun had dipped behind the trees, leaving a cold bluish hue to the air, and the wind was starting to pick up. My truck's headlights illuminated the winding gravel road as I drove slowly, keeping an eye on the dark edges of the forest. I reached one of the remote campsites that wasn't often used. I noticed something unusual: a camper, an older RV, parked in a spot that was barely visible from the main road. Most people would have parked closer to the designated spots, but this one was way out in the trees. It was odd, but not unheard of. Sometimes people just wanted more privacy, or maybe they didn't know better, but something about it felt off. I pulled up beside the camper and honked the horn just to make sure someone was there. A minute passed, then 2-0. I got out of my truck and walked towards the camper, calling out, "Hey you there?" No response. That's when I noticed the door was slightly ajar, swaying in the wind. I knocked gently on the side of the door frame and called out again, "Park ranger here, just checking on you. Doing okay?" Still nothing. A chill ran down my spine and I decided to check inside. I wasn't expecting to find anything, just maybe someone asleep or unaware I was there. But when I peered in through the door, what I saw made my stomach drop. There in the dim light of the camper's interior was a man sitting perfectly still on the couch, He wasn't facing me, just staring straight ahead, unmoving. His clothes were disheveled, his hair a mess. I couldn't see his face clearly, but something was wrong. I called out to him again, but he didn't react. I took a step back and called my dispatcher, explaining the situation. I was still watching him through the window, trying to make sense of it, when I heard footsteps behind me. ISP spun around quickly, and a voice spoke from the darkness. "Is everything all right?" It was another camper, a man who had been staying at one of the closer SES. He looked concerned. I wasn't sure if I'd been jumpy or if I'd just not noticed him before, but I told him about the strange man in the RV. "That's strange," the camper said, looking at the camper wearily. "There's no way he could have gotten in there without anyone noticing." I nodded, then looked back at the RV. "Yeah, it's unsettling." I decided to call for backup, and the other camper agreed that it was a good idea. While we waited, I stayed a safe distance from the RV just in case. The air was thick with tension, and we exchanged glances every few seconds as if expecting something to happen soon. Another ranger arrived along with a sheriff's deputy. Together we cautiously approached the camper. The man inside still hadn't moved. We made our way inside, and that's when I saw it. There was blood on the floor, a lot of it. My heart raced as I stepped closer, and there next to the couch was a large hunting knife. It was covered in red stains, as if someone had used it not too long ago. And the man, he wasn't just staring blankly. His face had been beaten, bruised, and swollen beyond recognition. His eyes were wide open, but there was no life left in them. We quickly stepped out, and the sheriff's deputy called for a forensic team. As we waited for them to arrive, we began talking about what had happened. The other camper who had spoken to me was visibly shaken. He told us he had seen the RV parked there for a couple of days, but hadn't noticed anything strange. He said he'd heard noises during the night, like banging or shuffling, but he thought it was just the wind. But as we pieced the details together, it became clear that the man inside had likely been the victim of a violent crime. Someone had left him there to die, and the more we looked, the more we realized that whoever did this was still nearby. We spent hours combing through the area, trying to find any clues that could lead us to the person responsible. The RV was a dead end except for the blood, and there were no other campers or hikers in the immediate area who had witnessed anything. Eventually, a man matching the description of a local drifter was found nearby, living in an old shack on the outskirts of the park. After questioning him, we discovered that he had been involved in a robbery gone wrong. The victim had been an acquaintance of his, someone who had owed him money for a long time. The man had killed him, taken his things, and left him in the RV to try to cover his tracks. He didn't expect anyone to find him out there. We arrested him, and the park was cleared of any further dangers, but the image of that man's lifeless eyes still haunts me. As a park ranger, I'm trained to deal with the wild, but nothing could have prepared me for the human side of the wilderness, the darkness that lurks in the hearts of people. It's easy to assume that the woods are dangerous because of wild animals or unpredictable weather, but in my experience, it's the people you need to worry about the most. I've encountered other strange situations in the years since, but none as chilling as that night. Sometimes the forest feels too quiet, too still, like it's hiding something. And when I see an RV parked in an isolated area, I can't help but feel a pang of unease, wondering if someone else is out there just waiting for the right moment. Back in the summer of '97, when I was just a teenager, my friends and I set out on what we thought would be our last grand adventure together before college sent us all in different directions. It wasn't just about camping, it was about clinging to those last few moments of true reckless freedom before the real world came knocking. We wanted something real, something to remember, something that would stick with us long after we left home. So we chose Yellowwood State Forest. Yellowwood was the perfect place vast, untouched, a place where civilizations seemed to disappear, swallowed up by towering trees and thick undergrowth. It was beautiful, but it had its fair share of strange stories, campfire legends told of hikers who wandered off the trails and never came back, of strange lights moving through the trees at night, of whispers carried on the wind when no one else was around. But we weren't superstitious. And besides, we wanted an adventure, not a tame vacation at some overcrowded park with RVs and picnic tables. The first day was perfect. We found a spot near a lake, a small clearing just big enough for our tents, with soft ground and a breathtaking view of the water. The lake was so still it looked like glass reflecting the golden glow of the setting sun. It was the kind of place you'd see in a postcard, so peaceful and untouched that it was hard to believe anything bad could ever happen there. We set up our tents, built a fire, and cooked dinner. As the sky darkened above us, the air smelled like pine and smoke, and we felt invincible, like the world belonged to us. As the night settled and we sat around the fire talking about everything and nothing, about the future, about what we'd miss, about home, about stupid high school memories we swore we'd never forget. We stayed up late watching the stars, laughing, feeling like nothing could touch us. That was when we heard the voice. At first it was faint, almost blending into the wind and the rustling leaves. But then it came again, clearer this time. Man's voice, raspy, urgent. Turn back now. The laughter died instantly. We looked at each other, waiting to see if anyone else had heard it. No one spoke. The fire crackled, filling the silence. Then it came again, closer. To turn back now. Jake, always the bravest, stood up and grabbed a flashlight. Did you guys hear that? We all had, but none of us wanted to be the first to admit that something felt wrong. Logic told us it was probably another camper messing around, maybe some local trying to scare off city kids. But something about the voice, it wasn't playful. It wasn't the kind of thing you'd hear as a joke. Curiosity got the better of us against our better judgment. We grabbed our lights and followed the voice into the woods. The deeper we went, the quieter everything became. No crickets, no wind, just the sound of our own footsteps crunching through the underbrush. The trees seemed taller, closer together, like they were leaning and listening. And then we saw him. He stood just at the edge of the light, wearing a park ranger's uniform. At least it looked like one. His hat was pulled low over his face, casting it in shadow. But when he shifted slightly, the moonlight caught his eyes. Something about them made my stomach twist. They were too wide, too alert, like an animal that's been cornered. Who are you kids? His voice was rough, slightly slurred. We're just camping, sir, Jake said, his confidence still intact. Is everything okay? The ranger took a step closer, and that's when the smell hit us. Alcohol, thick and sour sweat, something else, something I couldn't name, but made my skin crawl. You shouldn't be here, he muttered. Not safe. My mouth felt dry. Why? He looked around as if he was afraid someone else was listening. Then he leaned in just slightly and whispered, there are things in these woods, not animals, men, sick men. A cold chill ran through me. I wanted to ask more, but before we could, he turned and walked off, disappearing into the trees as quickly as he had appeared. We stood there, unsure of what to do. There was something about the way he had spoken, the way his eyes had darted around like he was afraid of being overheard, that made my street stomach twist. He was drunk, sure, but there was something real in his voice. He had been afraid. We turned back toward camp, trying to shake off the unease, but the night had changed. The trees seemed taller, the darkness heavier, the trails blurred together, looking less familiar. By the time we finally found our way back, the relief was short-lived. Our camp had been destroyed. Our tent was slashed open. Our backpacks had been emptied, their contents strewn across the dirt. Food was trampled into the ground, and one of our sleeping bags was missing entirely. Someone had been here. Fear settled over us, thick and suffocating. We scrambled to gather what we could, the panic making our hands clumsy. That was when we heard them, footsteps, slow, deliberate, not coming from the direction of the lake, but from the trees behind us. We barely had time to react before two men stepped into the dying glow of our fire. They weren't rangers, they weren't campers. Their clothes were dirty, mismatched, their eyes dark and unreadable. One of them had a long greasy beard, the other was stockier, his face twisted in a grin that made my skin crawl. Look at this, the bearded one muttered, nudging a torn backpack with his foot. They must have run off or they're hiding. The stocky one chuckled. We were crouched behind the brush, no more than a few feet away, our hearts pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. My breath was shallow, my body locked in place. They won't get far, the bearded man said. They lingered, talking in low voices about traps they had set, about scaring off other campers, about the people who had gone missing from the area. The way they spoke, it wasn't just about messing with people, it was something worse. When they finally left, we didn't wait, we ran. We didn't stop until we reached the ranger station, lungs burning, legs shaking. The ranger on duty wasn't the man we had seen before. He was different, clean-shaven, alert, concerned. When we told him what had happened, he listened carefully, his face growing more serious with every word. When we described the two men, his expression darkened. We've had problems with them before, he admitted. Locals, they like to scare campers. Sometimes more hung in the air like a stone sinking in water. The police were called. They found the men. Eventually, turns out they had been terrorizing campers for years. Reports of theft, of stalking, of assaults, and in one case a girl who had never been found. That summer we thought we'd be telling ghost stories around the fire, trying to spook each other with tales of the supernatural, but we learned something far worse. Real horror doesn't wear fangs or claws, it doesn't lurk in the shadows with glowing red eyes. Sometimes it wears a smile, sometimes it walks on 2 feet, waiting in the dark just beyond the firelight. I'm lucky to be an Uber driver, and over the past 4 years, I've encountered some unusual situations, but this particular night was by far the scariest of my life, and it almost ended my life. It only happened last month. It was late at night, and my city is small enough to avoid the hustle and bustle of a bustling metropolis, with a population of just under 1 million. If you prefer a quieter setting, it's a short drive to the countryside or forest. I was fine with the silence since I don't need to talk constantly. His destination was outside the city in a rural area, and the drive would take about 30 minutes. As I drove, I kept glancing at him through the rearview mirror. He hadn't spoken much so far, and while the silence wasn't bothersome, there was something off about him. I'm used to all kinds of passengers, drunk people being the most common at this hour. But this guy wasn't drunk. I could tell. You develop a sense for it in my line of work. He was absorbed in his phone, and his expression troubled me. He looked angry, like a manager frustrated with his employees. I wondered what was going on, but I didn't make it my business. I continued driving. I took a turn onto a country road, and the smooth pavement gave way to rough gravel. The street lights disappeared, but the full moon provided enough light for me to see ahead. I checked my phone's map, and although his final destination wasn't far, there was nothing around, just a cornfield to the right and a forest to the left. Are you sure this is right? I asked. We're almost there, he replied. That was the first full sentence I'd gotten from him. After a few minutes, I saw light in the distance. At first, I wasn't sure what it was, but as I got closer, it became clear that it was a truck. There was a man in the front seat, though I could only barely make him out. I stopped in front of the truck, and my passenger quickly jumped out, shutting the door behind him. He climbed into the truck, and I watched in confusion. Why would someone get an Uber only to meet up with a friend at such a remote location? Why wouldn't his friend just pick him up? I didn't dwell on it. At the time, about half a mile from where I left him, I lost control of my car. All 4 tires seemed to burst at once. I swerved left and right, struggling to stay on the road, and eventually came to a stop. I sat there trying to catch my breath, then got out to inspect what happened. Sure enough, all 4 tires were flat. It wasn't a coincidence. Something was definitely wrong. Without thinking, I ran into the woods next to the road, hiding behind a tree and waiting. After a minute or two, bright headlights appeared behind my car. It was the truck from before. This time there were 3 men inside. One was my passenger, the second was the man I'd seen earlier, and the third I hadn't noticed before. They stopped in front of my car and I left my phone behind. I was tempted to curse aloud but stopped myself. By then I was almost certain I had fallen into a trap. They must have tampered with my tires somehow. Maybe the third guy had laid out a spike strip when I passed by earlier. The 3 men got out of the truck and walked toward my car. Where's he? One of them said. He can't be far. Hearing that, I feared for my life. I pulled my head behind the tree, trying to stay out of sight. I listened as they searched through my car. I kicked myself for leaving my phone. I was sure there had been service earlier, but maybe there was a dead spot they had planned to take advantage of. After a few minutes the truck drove away. I was relieved they didn't come looking for me, and I took my chance to start walking through the woods. It would be a long, hour-long walk back to the main road, but I couldn't risk taking the road and being caught. Eventually I made it to the road and flagged down a passing car. The driver called 911 for me, and the police arrived at the scene. I told them everything. We went to a nearby rest stop to talk further. One of the officers called for backup and they headed to the spot where it had happened. When they returned, an officer showed me pictures from the scene. It was the right spot. The skid marks from my burst tires were clearly visible, but my car was gone. I never found out why they let me go. It wouldn't have been difficult for them to find me. I'm just thankful to be alive, and although my tormentors remain unfound, I've been driving a taxi for over 10 years, and I've seen it all from cheerful and talkative passengers to those who keep to themselves. Yet nothing could have prepared me for the night. I picked up a passenger who changed my life. It was a chilly night, the kind that makes you want to stay indoors and curl up under the covers, but duty called and I had to keep working. As I drove around the city searching for my next fare, I spotted a man standing on the corner. He was tall, dressed in a dark suit, his hands tucked into his pockets. Suddenly, he pulled one hand out and signaled for me to stop. He opened the back door and climbed in, closing it behind him. I noticed he seemed a bit anxious, glancing around the car as if searching for something. I greeted him and he nodded in response. Where to? I asked. He gave me an address on the other side of town. I shifted into gear and started driving. I tried to make small talk to ease the silence, but he was polite yet distant, answering my questions with brief responses. Along the way he changed his mind and asked to be taken to a different address. We drove through a quiet, dimly lit street. Then he told me to stop in front of an old abandoned building. I hesitated, unsure of why anyone would want to go there. Still, he assured me it was safe. When we parked, he instructed me to wait in the car. I watched as he approached another man standing on the street. This second man had a shaved head and numerous tattoos, a stark contrast to my passenger, who looked like a typical businessman. I was about to drive away when I saw my passenger returning, followed by the intimidating man. Both got into the back seat. My passenger gave me directions to continue driving despite feeling uneasy. I couldn't refuse. As we drove, the 2 men spoke in hushed tones. I could only catch a few words, but I started to worry that I was being used in something criminal. My heart began racing. I knew I had 2 options: go along with whatever they were planning and report it afterward, or act right away. A police station was only a few blocks away, and I decided to head there. I made a sharp turn and pressed the gas pedal. As we neared the station, my passenger suddenly pulled out a gun and pointed it at me. "Don't even think about it," he said, his voice cold. I knew it was too late. The police station loomed ahead. I stopped the car and the 2 men bolted out. They fled into the night. My hands were trembling and my heart pounded in my chest. After regaining my breath, I walked into the station and reported what had just happened. The men were captured on security cameras, and I described them to the best of my ability. The next day, the police called me in for an interview. They had apprehended the 2 men and wanted my help identifying them. I saw a list of suspects when I got to the station, and I recognized my passenger right away. I pointed him out and the police took him into jail. The other guy was also put into custody since there was evidence connecting him to the crimes. The fact that they were no longer on the streets and could not hurt anybody else over time made me happy. Even though I've been scarred by other terrifying situations, the memory of that night started to fade. When I was around 10 or 11 years old, my family traveled to Florida to visit my grandparents. They lived in a small town on the Gulf of Mexico, where the weather was warm and the beaches were beautiful. I always looked forward to these trips because I lived in the north, where the weather wasn't great all year round. Perhaps one day I'll share those stories as well, but this particular night is undoubtedly one I won't forget. We usually went in March when my brother and I had a week off from school. We always left early in the morning, well before the sun even started to rise. My dad drove most of the way, but my mom would occasionally take over so he could rest. The trip was long and we would drive straight through the night with my dad taking the night shift. We made sure to stop every once in a while to stretch our legs and grab a quick bite. One of our stops was at McDonald's, thinking it would be a fast and simple meal. While standing in line, a man started yelling at my dad, accusing him of cutting in line. My dad tried to explain that he wasn't cutting, but the man wouldn't listen. My mom stepped in to defuse the situation, but the man was too angry. I remember feeling scared and wanting to hide, but my dad stayed calm and didn't engage with the man's aggression. After we finished eating, we got back into the car and continued on our way. However, we soon realized that the man from McDonald's was following us. We tried to ignore him, hoping he would turn off onto a different road, but he kept following us. I watched him from the back window, and it made me feel very uneasy. My brother started crying, and my parents realized right away that we needed to contact the police. When my mom asked my dad what we should do, he advised her to ignore him and that soon the guy would get tired and leave us alone. Suddenly, the man struck our vehicle from back, forcing it to swing. After my mom called 911, she spoke calmly and steadily to the operator, even though I could tell she was trying to protect my brother and me. A few minutes later, we heard sirens and saw a police car pull up behind us. The other car continued to drive, and the police car followed the man. Another police car pulled up behind us, and an officer came up to us and informed us that the man had been arrested. He had been drinking, and we were informed that he was already on probation for prior violent crimes. Behavior: my dad opted to just go on the vacation after assessing the damage to our vehicle. The bumper had a big hole where he had slammed us, but the police stated it was safe. The remainder of our trip was full of laughter and fun as we spent time with our grandparents in the Florida sunshine. We visited the beach, ate delectable seafood, and explored the small town where my grandparents lived. As we drove home, I reflected on how fortunate we were to have survived that ordeal. Highway accidents are common, and we almost got run off the road by that guy. Fortunately, that didn't happen. After my second year of college, I was able to purchase my first car. I couldn't have afforded one in high school, but student loans allowed me to purchase a used Toyota Corolla. I was driving back to my parents' house for the summer, which was a big step up from the bus rides I was used to. It was about an 8-hour drive, so I made sure to leave early in the morning. After a few hours of driving, I became bored and decided not to pick up anyone. I think it might be illegal where I live, but I'm not sure. After another boring half hour, I saw a hitchhiker at the side of the road. I slowed my car as I approached him to have a look at him before making a decision. He was a younger man, probably my age, wearing a jean jacket, brown pants, and running shoes. He had a scruffy beard. Just a regular-looking man. I thought. I stopped my car on the shoulder and he jogged over. "How's it going?" I said. "Great, thanks, man. I'm Pete," he said graciously. Then I unlocked the door. He got into the front seat and I started driving. We were actually hitting it off really well. He was super funny and we had a lot in common. The time seemed to fly by and eventually it had been over an hour. It was then that I realized that Pete never told me where he was going, so I asked him. He told me that his friend had a small hobby farm close to here and he was going to visit. He said he would get out on the highway and walk the rest of the way if I didn't want to take him all the way there. At this point I felt like the two of us had become friends, so I had no problem going a little off course to save him hours of walking. I told him I'd take him all the way to the farm and that he would just have to let me know where to get off the highway. We continued driving for a while and eventually Pete told me to take the next exit. I followed his instructions and he continued to direct me until we were on a pretty remote dirt road in the country. We were surrounded by cornfields, but it all seemed like a large-scale commercial farm, not the small hobby farm I was expecting. "Are we in the right place?" I asked. "Yeah, this is it," he said casually. "Where is it?" I prodded. "We're here, just let me out," he insisted. I brought the car to a stop and Pete quickly got out. Without saying a word, not even a thank you, then he started walking down the road away from my car. This left me confused. We were in the middle of nowhere. There's no way this could be where he wanted to go, but what do I know? Although I was a little put off by his rudeness, I turned my car around and started driving back the way I came. The country road had been empty until now. I hadn't seen another car or person or anything. However, that was about to change as I was making my way back to civilization. I saw a truck on the road. It was a black pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model. It was stopped in the middle of the road, blocking my path. I was confused at first, but then I saw another truck approaching from behind. That was when I realized that I'd fallen into a trap. Pete must have been in on it. I had only a few seconds to decide what to do because the BAS was closing in on me quickly. I looked left and saw nothing but cornfields. After a few minutes in the field, I finally made it to the highway, where I turned onto it and received at least a few stares from the other drivers when they saw me emerge. It was a close call, but it could have ended much worse. I looked right and saw more cornfields, but the highway was barely visible in the distance. I thought I could probably make it there through the field, so I turned right and started plowing through it. However, the highway was a large target, and if I kept going straight, I would eventually arrive. What really irritates me about this experience is how easily Pete won my trust. Normally, I wouldn't let a stranger lead me into the middle of nowhere by myself, but after an hour of good conversation, I was willing to let my guard down, live, and learn. I guess stay safe out there, everyone. A few years ago, I drove my car across the country because it was something I'd wanted to do for a long time. So when I accepted a job on the West Coast, I decided to use that as an excuse to cross something off my bucket list. Of course, flying would have been quicker and less expensive, but I was really excited to see some of the often overlooked parts of America. But something happened during the trip that would make me regret that choice. I had planned for the trip to last a little over a week, so I would have enough time to see some sights and avoid driving after dark, which had always seemed really scary to me. It was day 5 of my trip, and I was ahead of schedule. Utah's border was fast approaching. The Rocky Mountains were in my rearview mirror and the sun was about to set. Seemed like a good time to stop for the night. I had been lucky enough to find a motel almost every evening so far, and I only had to sleep in my car once. Up until that point it wasn't a very good experience, so when I saw a sign for a motel on the highway, I felt relieved. I turned off at the next exit and followed the signs until I reached the motel. The bright neon sign stood tall in front of the parking lot, the sun almost set behind it. It was a single-level building that was wrapped around the parking lot in the shape of a L. I drove my car past the sign and parked in one of the many empty spots. There were 3 or 4 other cars there out of maybe 10 or 15 spaces. I walked to the office and rented a room for the night, then made my way to the other side of the building where my room was. When I walked in, nothing struck me as odd. It was a decently clean place with a bed and TV. What more could I ask for? One thing I did notice about the place was how thin the walls were. As soon as I stepped into my room, I could hear my neighbor chatting, but I could only hear one voice, so I assumed he was on the phone. I couldn't really understand what he was saying since it was so muffled by the walls that I could only hear every 5 or 6 syllables. It was a little annoyance, but nothing more. To get some sleep so I could get back on the road early in the morning, I jumped into the shower and brushed my teeth. When I went to bed, my head was essentially against the wall where I could hear my neighbor. It sounded like 2 people were arguing and talking, and I think I heard a few words in their muffled conversation that were slang for drugs, though I can't be certain. If the walls were thin enough that I could hear talking through them, I doubt they would stop a bullet. I lay there for a few minutes and heard nothing, so I was fairly certain it was safe, so I got up and called 911. Then, after a while, they were in a full-on shouting match, and I definitely heard some swearing. It was so bad that I almost called the police, but I decided it was none of my business. Then, something happened that still makes me shiver. I heard a loud, thunderous gunshot followed by silence. I suppose someone else had already called because I heard sirens before I even told the operator where I was. When the police showed up, they asked me a few questions, and I answered as best I could about the conversation I had overheard. Of course, I told them about the gunshot, and I later discovered that no one had been harmed. I assumed it was a warning shot, and both men must have left after that, and I never heard anything more. I slept through the rest of the night, and as soon as the sun came up, I resumed driving. Although this incident could have been much worse, it still occasionally makes its way into my thoughts. A few years ago, my partner and I had reserved a weekend stay at a charming bed and breakfast in a small town not far from our home. The drive took about 4 hours, through some remote stretches of highway. We took Friday off work to make the trip, and we planned to arrive by 4:00 p.m., so we'd have plenty of time to check in and possibly take a stroll around town. After an hour or two, the highway became nearly deserted, with only one lane in each direction. At one point, I asked my partner to change the music, and she pointed out that we had no self-service. We didn't need access to every song, so it wasn't a big problem, but it was part of the narrative. After an additional hour, we saw a vehicle stopped on the shoulder some 300 to 400 feet in front of us, so we assumed someone was having automobile difficulties. I'm a mechanic, so I thought it might be a quick fix, perhaps a flat tire or something simple. As we got closer, I saw a man standing by the car waving at us. He was of average height with a beard and a dirty baseball cap. He looked like someone who might know how to change a tire, but you never know. I stopped behind his car and got out while my partner stayed inside. He approached me, and we met halfway between our cars. I could see there were no flat tires, and the hood was popped. He introduced himself as James, very polite and friendly at first. He seemed genuinely relieved someone had stopped to help since there was no self-service on the stretch of road. We exchanged a few words, and he thanked me several times for stopping. Then he simply asked for a ride to the nearest town so he could call for help. I offered to take a look at his car instead, pointing out that often small issues could be easily fixed, saving a lot of hassle. In an instant, his friendly smile faded into a serious frown. He paused, for a moment, then forced a smile back onto his face and said, "I wouldn't want to put you through that. A ride to town is really all I need." I felt uneasy at this. It seemed like he just wanted an excuse to get into my car. If my car had been broken down, I'd have been thrilled to have a mechanic offer to help. We stood there sizing each other up in silence for a few seconds. His forced smile began to fade again, and I said calmly, "I'm happy to look at the car, but that's all I can do for you the rest of." His smile vanished. He became angry. He went on a guilt-tripping tirade about how people no longer support one another. But I remained composed and made my way back to my car, where my partner was waiting. She asked me what had happened, so I told her briefly before we drove away. I was shaken, but we didn't let it ruin our trip. But the story didn't end there. About half an hour later, we stopped at a gas station to fill up. While I was refueling, I glanced over at the highway and saw a car passing by. To my shock, it was James from earlier. Our eyes locked for a brief second before he disappeared around a corner. That's when I realized I had made the right decision by not giving him a ride. He didn't want me to fix his car, because he knew there was nothing wrong with it. I can only imagine what he would have done if I had let him into my car. My partner hadn't noticed when he drove by, and I decided not to tell her right away because I thought it might spoil the rest of our trip. We ended up having a wonderful time and never saw James again. Still, I worry he might try this on someone else, and they might not be as cautious. A few years ago, I worked part-time as an Uber driver while maintaining a full-time job that required me to work from home. My daily routine left me isolated, with hardly any real-life interactions. I thought driving for Uber would be a good way to get out of my apartment and engage with people from time to time. However, after a particular incident, I decided to quit and never look back. On one evening around 8 p.m. I set out as usual. Things were slow, and in the first hour I had only 2 passengers. The first was a group of college-aged girls heading to some kind of party on a Tuesday night. The second was a single woman, likely a waitress, on her way home from work. After that, I sat idle for 10 or 20 minutes. Eventually, I received a ride request from a user with no rating. While it wasn't a major red flag, everyone has to take their first ride at some point, it felt unusual. I accepted the request and drove to the pickup spot, which wasn't far from my apartment. In fact, I passed my building on the way. When I arrived, there was no one there, so I sent a message to my passenger named Telly. Moments later, I got a reply, "Be right there." It was riddled with poor grammar. I waited for a few minutes. Usually I'd leave after 10 minutes, but I kept an eye on the clock. After 7.5 minutes, a man approached my car. He introduced himself as Telly and he appeared to be in his early 20s with a long beard and wild, bushy hair. He was slightly overweight and wore thick framed glasses. I often try to start a conversation with my passengers, but his tone told me he didn't want to talk. "How's your night going?" I asked. "Fine," Telly responded, but his voice had a detached, uninterested tone. Telly spent most of the ride staring at his phone, occasionally glancing out the window in a troubled, wary manner. He seemed nervous. His hands were trembling, and he was sweating. I even thought he might have been crying recently, though it could have been from the stress. His presence made me uneasy, and I kept watching him through the rearview mirror as much as I could. Eventually, I noticed something alarming. His hands were gripping his phone tightly, and I could see pieces of blood on them along with cuts on his knuckles. At this point, I was really frightened, but we were getting close to our destination, so I decided to call it a night and go home. The following day, while I was working at my desk, I heard a loud knock at my door. I got up and cautiously approached through the peephole, and I saw 2 police officers. My heart fell, and my mind raced, trying to figure out why they were there. I opened the door slowly and said nothing, but one of the officers explained that they were looking for a suspect who was wanted for the mugging and severe beating of an elderly man. As soon as he said that, I thought of Telly, and they showed me a picture of him. I shared everything I knew with them, including details from my Uber account and dashcam footage. I don't know what happened to Telly after he was detained that day, but I tried looking for news reports about the event but couldn't find anything. As a result, I quit driving for Uber. I'm Jane, and I'm in my final year of graduate school, studying pharmacology. I find that I work best at night, so I usually spend my evenings studying at the library until quite late. At my school, the library is open until midnight most nights of the week, so it wasn't unusual for me to stay there until 2 or even 3 in the morning. The risks for drivers are just not worth it to me anymore. It's a big, contemporary, 4-story building with a computer room on the main floor. The other floors are filled with bookshelves and different study spaces. I always look for a peaceful place where I won't be bothered. One Thursday night, I arrived late, but I wasn't really getting anything done. I had my laptop out and was mostly watching YouTube videos. Eventually, I decided to call it a night because it was well past midnight, so I knew the buses wouldn't be running. So I packed up and left through the big glass doors at the front of the library while I waited for my ride. A red sedan pulled up shortly after I checked the status on my phone. I got in and greeted the driver, a man in his mid-30s with a disheveled beard, thick glasses, and a winter hat. Despite the fact that it was April, his style had a hipster vibe, so he said hi back. We began driving while I was playing a game on my phone, and the driver made a few attempts to talk to me, but I ignored him and went back to my game. Eventually, he stopped trying to engage, and we continued on our way. I didn't feel any particularly creepy vibes at that point. We arrived at my place without incident, and he dropped me off in front of my building. I lived in a first-floor apartment in an old house divided by floors with separate entrances for neighbors above and below. I thanked the driver quickly and shut the door behind me. As I looked back, the driver was still sitting there directly under a street light, staring up at me. As soon as he saw that I noticed him, he turned away. I closed the door and went to bed, falling asleep right away. The following week, I began feeling as though I was being watched at home. My apartment was on the ground floor with my bedroom at the back overlooking an alley that didn't see much foot traffic. However, I started noticing a dark figure walking past my window frequently. At first, it didn't alarm me, but one night I thought I saw him trying to peer through the window. I always kept the curtains closed, but I could see a little bit through them. When I got closer, the figure disappeared. At that point, I started feeling creeped out and thought I might be being stalked. However, I couldn't prove it. I worried that if I told anyone, they'd think I was just imagining things, so I kept it to myself. Not long after, I was studying late at the library again. It was around 11:30 when I decided to call it a night. I called an Uber and waited at the front of the building as usual. This time, though, I felt paranoid, so I entered a destination a block or so away from my actual address, thinking it would keep my location private. When my ride arrived, it was that same red sedan from before. I hadn't recognized him right away until I got in and saw his face again. I used Uber often, but this was the first time I had seen the same driver twice. As I got into the car, he seemed surprised to see me. Our eyes connected through the rearview mirror, and a chill ran down my SP line. I don't know why, but he really creeped me out this time. The car started moving, so I figured I would just take the ride. When he dropped me off in front of my building, I was relieved. I went across the street, opened my front door, and went to bed. As I lay there trying to sleep, I realized that I had entered a nearby address as my destination, but the driver had dropped me off right in front of my place. Perhaps he had a good memory, but even so, I thought they were supposed to follow the app. After what seemed like an hour or so, I fell asleep, but when I woke up, I heard a banging sound on my window. A dark shadow moved behind my curtains outside the window, and I watched in horror as the noise continued as if someone was trying to force it open. My phone was on the bed, so I rushed over, grabbed it, and dialed 911. I was startled by the noise and quickly sat up. I quickly closed the door to my bedroom and moved the couch in front of it. The police arrived within minutes and they caught my would-be attacker in the act. One of the officers met me at the front of the house and tried to calm me down on the porch. Then I saw another officer escorting the man in handcuffs. It was that creepy driver from before. I bet you didn't see that coming. I thanked the police officers for arriving so quickly, otherwise he might have gotten away. That night I stayed with a friend, and for the next few nights I moved out of that place. Now I have a much safer home. This happened last year when I was driving across the country alone to visit family on the East Coast. At the time I lived in Texas and I'm afraid of flying, so I tried to avoid it whenever possible. I had made this trip a few times before and actually enjoyed having the time to myself. The trip would take 2 solid days of driving, so I would stop at a hotel or motel for a night. Along the way I was about 2 hours into my journey and needed to use the bathroom, so I pulled into a rest stop I had visited many times before. I wasn't far from home after all. I got out of my car and started walking toward the building when a truck pulled up next to me and someone started trying to talk to me. It was a large white transport truck, a full-sized 18-wheeler that appeared to have a full load. The truck was still running, so I couldn't hear what he was trying to say clearly. I think he offered me a ride or something. But I don't know why, because nearly everyone at that rest stop had arrived by car. I didn't think about it much at the moment, so I went into the bathroom. When I came out, the truck was gone, so I walked back to my vehicle and drove on. I didn't sure what to do, but I didn't want to seem impolite, so I simply smiled and nodded before leaving. The incident quickly slipped my mind as I continued my journey. After a few more hours, I glanced through my rearview mirror and noticed a large white truck trailing behind me in the distance. My mind went back to that guy from before, but there was no way to know for sure if it was him. White trucks are common, so it wasn't particularly concerning. Still, I couldn't help but keep an eye on my mirror for the next few hours. I didn't see the truck again. As the sun began to set, I started looking for a hotel or motel near the highway. There was a truck stop on the left side of the road with a small motel next to it. Though it wasn't luxurious for the situation, it was perfect. There was even a restaurant, which was a welcome sight since I was really hungry. After a full day of driving, I parked in the mostly empty lot and headed to the office. I rented the cheapest room and then went to the restaurant. After finishing my meal, I walked back to my room, but noticed something odd in the truck section of the parking lot. There was a truck that strongly resembled the one I had seen earlier. I walked over and peeked into the window, but it was empty. Afterward, I returned to my room, locked the door, and laid down on the bed. I fell asleep almost instantly. It was only around 9:30 p.m. But I was really tired from the day. The next thing I remember is waking up in the dark room. I could hear a noise coming from outside my room, a kind of metallic grinding sound coming from my door. I got up and approached it, then peeked through the window. There was someone out there, a man, and he was doing something to my door, trying to break in. I assumed the worst and ran over to my phone, calling 911. The man must have heard me talking to the police, because when I checked again, he was gone. I told him that someone was trying to break into my room nearby, and there was a security camera. The police then showed me an image of the man, and it was the same guy from before. I told them about his truck and the incident at the rest stop, and with that information, they were able to find and arrest him. What's even more unsettling is that I thought I was being paranoid at the time, but it turned out that I was being stalked. I'm grateful every day that I woke up at the right time, because if he had entered my room while I was asleep, it would have been a truly horrible roommate. I've been driving trucks since I was in my early 20s, and I was 35 at the time of this incident. The roads were always very quiet for the first few hours of the day, which is nice having the road to myself for a while, especially since driving on busy roads can be pretty dangerous. I was driving down a road I don't usually use because the stretch of my normal route was closed for construction, so I had to take an alternate route. I was hauling garbage across the border between Canada and the United States. To be honest, it's not my dream job, but I make over $90,000 a year, and I never finished high school, so it's not all bad. I usually start work at 6 a.m. The road I was on wasn't exactly a highway, just one lane in each direction with forest on both sides. It was just past 6 o'clock in the morning. I had just started my day and the sun was barely up. It was early April in northern Michigan and the morning was cold, probably around freezing. My hands were shaking on the wheel because the truck still hadn't warmed up completely. I leaned over to turn up the heat when I noticed the empty cup holder in the center console. I really wished I had picked up a coffee on my way out. When I looked back up at the road, I saw something moving in the woods on the right side. I jerked my head around trying to catch a better look, but it was gone. It looked like a person, but I only got a quick glimpse, so I wasn't sure. There were definitely deer in the area, but I hadn't seen many that year. I pulled the truck over to check if it was someone who needed help. The spot was far from anything, and I didn't see a car pulled over anywhere nearby, so it really could have been somebody who needed help. Once I stopped the truck after opening the driver's side door, I went into the woods and looked around. There was nothing there, so I called out to someone but got no response. The eerie atmosphere made me feel both scared and curious, so I continued walking until I came to a spot where I thought I had seen the figure. When I got there, I noticed that I was standing over a pile of bloody clothes with a piece of D-tape attached to one of them. I quickly looked up and scanned the area, but I couldn't see anyone. The forest was sparse, and I could see a fair distance in all directions, but the coast was clear, so I turned around and sprinted back to my truck. After locking the door and jumping into the front seat, I called 911. The spot was a fair distance from the nearest town, but the police arrived in less than 10 minutes. We went back to that spot in the woods, but there was nothing there. I was sure I had led them back to the right spot, but it was simply empty. I was worried the officer would think I was lying, but he took it very seriously and called for backup. There was a search in the forest based on my report, but nothing was ever found. It's been almost 2 years since this happened, and I've been keeping a close eye on the news since. I haven't seen any reports of missing people or bodies found to this day. I have no idea what happened, but somebody was definitely up to something. I recently made a career shift, but I used to drive long-haul trucks. One evening I was traveling through the Midwest and it was getting late. The air was cool and the wind whistled through the small gap at the top of my window. The road was lonely and I hadn't seen another vehicle for quite some time. However, after a while I noticed a car in my rearview mirror. At first I didn't think much of it, but as I continued driving, the car stayed right behind me. When I saw a sign for a rest stop, I thought it would be a good idea to take a break, possibly even to call it a night. I decided to pull into the rest area to see if the car would follow, and when I parked my truck, the car pulled in right next to me. Most drivers are eager to pass, but this car wasn't. I had to strictly follow the speed limit, but most cars tend to speed up a bit. When I stepped out of my truck and moved to the front of the vehicle, I could hear the engine running, and when I turned to look, the driver was gazing at me. This was strange since there were distinct areas for trucks and automobiles. The vehicle was quite recent, most likely a Toyota from 2005, but it was difficult to determine the precise color in the dark. It may have been silver or gray, and the right fender had a large ding. I cautiously waved at the driver to get his attention, but he just kept staring straight ahead. I could only tell that he looked about my age, wore glasses, had dark hair, and a mustache. Suddenly, the car's engine roared to life, and it started to move toward me. I had to move to the side just in time, and as I did so, I saw that the car's brake lights glowed brightly as it quickly reversed toward me. I was able to hide behind my truck, and while I was hidden, I heard the car screech to a halt, and then it sped away. I stood there in the middle of the truck stop, confused and afraid, wondering what had just happened, and why that car tried to run me over. I decided to call the police and tell them what I could, but I didn't have much to say. I even tried looking at the license plate as it drove away, but I couldn't remember the numbers. I chose not to stay there that night. I was too uneasy about the possibility of the car returning and causing harm. It was a few hours later before I found a safe spot to rest, and by then it was very late. I was restless the next day, staying alert every time I stopped for gas or food, constantly scanning the surroundings for any sign of that car. Later that day, while caught in a traffic jam on the highway, something common in such areas. When there's an accident, a different unrelated accident occurred. Up ahead, it wasn't in a busy city or during rush hour. When I finally passed the scene, I saw a flatbed truck carrying what I was pretty sure was that same car from the other night, along with another vehicle. The crash looked severe. I scanned the area for that strange driver, but couldn't see him. He was likely taken to the hospital or worse. I still don't know what his intentions were out there, but I believe he caused that accident intentionally. I may never fully understand why. A few years ago I had a frightening experience with a stranger, and this story is about it. I live in a different city than my parents, so I would often make an 8-hour drive to visit them at least once or twice a year. I always made the trip in a single day, starting either in the morning or early afternoon. It was late October, and I was more than halfway there. The sun was starting to set, casting an orange glow on the landscape. As I drove down a quiet road, I noticed a transport truck pulled over on the side. This hazard lights were flashing. At first I wasn't sure if anyone was inside, but as I got closer I saw that the driver's door was slightly open. I decided to stop, thinking someone might need help. I stepped out of my car and walked toward the truck. There was no one inside, but I saw a wooded area next to it. I called out, "Hello, is anyone?" There was no response. As I turned to walk back to my car, I heard a noise behind me. I quickly turned around and saw a man standing there. He was holding a gun and pointing it at me. He was a big man, probably around 5 feet 10 inches, but muscular. The man didn't say anything, keeping the gun trained on me. I was unable to talk or think straight, so I backed up slowly and continued doing so until I was close to my vehicle. I kept my eyes on him the whole time, cautiously opening the door and getting inside. And once I was locked in, I turned on the engine. I drove as quickly as I could toward my family's town after seeing the guy drop his pistol in my rearview mirror. My pulse was pounding as I attempted to comprehend what had occurred. I had never been in a scenario like this before, and it was really scary. The scene kept playing over and over in my head, making it difficult for me to comprehend. The man could have easily shot me or stolen my car, but he didn't, and I thought that maybe he was as scared as I was. After giving it some thought, I wondered if the truck driver had something to hide. Perhaps there was something in his truck that he didn't want me to see, or maybe he was doing something in the woods that he didn't want anyone to know about. These thoughts crossed my mind long after the incident, so I'm not sure what is true. Eventually, I felt relieved when I got to my family's town, and they were shocked and grateful that I survived. Needless to say, we spent the rest of the evening chatting and catching up. I work as a truck driver and frequently take multi-day overnight trips, so I knew I had to stop for the night when it got late one evening. I pulled into a rest stop off the highway, which was small and could accommodate only 3 or 4 trucks at most. There was also a restaurant and a small restroom with a single shower, so I parked my truck and went inside for a shower before having dinner at the restaurant. I then climbed into the back of my cab and fell asleep, but I woke up to the sound of my own voice saying, "I really need to pee," not literally, but I really need to pee. I opened my eyes and checked my watch, which read 3 a.m. Despite my reluctance to get out of my vehicle, I had no option but to do so and crept to the restroom to wash my hands. I stood up and proceeded back toward my vehicle after hearing footsteps coming, which seemed odd since I hadn't seen anybody else. As I got closer, I saw a guy standing in front of it. He was around 6 feet tall, dark-haired, and wearing a filthy big sweatshirt and baggy trousers. A light to his right cast a huge shadow over most of his body. I tried to move past him to get back to my truck, but he blocked my path. His eyes were menacing, and before I could say anything, he pulled out a knife and pointed it at me. I was terrified, but I remained calm and slowly reached into my wallet and handed it to him. He took all of my cash and credit cards out of it, so I had very little, maybe $30, but he growled. I told him it was, but he didn't believe me, so he looked at my phone for a moment before ordering me to unlock it. I hesitated because my phone was my only lifeline, and without it, I wouldn't be able to call for help. I told him I would unlock it, but he didn't believe me. He was after me, but I was quicker, so I hopped inside the taxi and closed all the doors. I grabbed my phone and dialed 911 when I saw the guy outside, still brandishing the knife, hammering on the glass and yelling profanities at me. I explained what had happened and gave them the address of the rest stop. I looked out the window and saw that the man had disappeared. No trucks or cars had moved since he vanished, so he couldn't have gotten very far. It seemed like forever, but it was only a few minutes. I saw flashing lights and a police car pulled up next to me. I spoke to the officers when they arrived, and they instructed me to wait in my truck while they searched the area. I did as they said, and after about 30 minutes, the man was appeared. I'm still unsure of where he was hiding or where he was running to. But what's even more perplexing is how he got to the rest stop in the first place without a truck or car. It was very unusual, and I barely slept the rest of the night. 4 a.m. had already arrived. After an hour or two of trying to unwind in my vehicle, the sun rose, and I resumed my drive. I work as a truck driver, and on this sunny April afternoon, my eyes were scanning the road ahead. In my line of work, I've seen a lot of strange things on the road, but this particular felt different because the sun was high and the air was humid. It had been a few days since I had really spoken to anyone, and I was getting lonely. I never heard anything about what happened to that guy because I was far from home and couldn't bring myself to follow up. I slowed down and pulled over to the side of the road, rolling down my window, needing a lift, when I noticed a young woman with long, curly hair, wearing blue jeans and a red hooded sweatshirt, with her thumb out in a desperate attempt to hitch a ride. We were driving along when I noticed a car following us. It was a police car, but its lights were off, so I didn't think much of it. Then I heard a siren and saw the flashing lights, and my truck was being pulled over. I stopped immediately, worried that I might be in trouble for picking up a hitchhiker, which is technically illegal where I live. She nodded and climbed into the cab of my truck, her eyes darting nervously. At the time, I assumed she was new to hitchhiking. I'm not an intimidating person by any means, but I was still a stranger, so I could understand her uneasiness. I waited for him to speak, but instead he ordered the woman to leave. When she did, I noticed that her face was flushed and her hands were shaking. I watched in confusion as the officer handcuffed her and took her to the squad car. I didn't realize what had happened until I heard him radio a report of a robbery at a nearby rest stop. She had robbed the store and was using my truck as a getaway vehicle. The officer put her in the back of the police car and then returned to speak with me, telling me not to pick up hitchhikers again and merely gave me a warning without a ticket. The experience left me shaken, but that wasn't the worst part. Later that night, I saw her story on the news, and it turned out that she had shot a man during the robbery. The gun had been in her backpack the whole time she was in my truck, so up until that point, it had been a good story for parties, but after that, I was really frightened. My name's Ethan and I was 16 years old when this took place. It was back in 2003, so you can figure out how old I am now if you'd like. It was a regular summer afternoon and I had just gotten back from school. I headed straight to the basement where I was deeply into playing Age of Empires, my favorite computer game at the time. Actually, I still play it sometimes. Even now, I had been at it for maybe 40 minutes, completely lost in the game, when I heard a car pull into the driveway. I figured it was my mom returning from her job. A few moments later, I caught the sound of someone stepping onto the porch, which was located directly above the basement. Then I heard the screen door open, but strangely the main door didn't. Curious about what was happening, I decided to head upstairs and take a look. As I climbed the stairs, faint voices reached me from the backyard. Peeking through the curtains, I noticed two men standing there quietly talking and glancing toward the windows. At first I assumed they might be acquaintances of my older sister, but then I realized they were complete strangers. They were too old to be friends with either of us, at least 26 or 27. One of them was on the heavier side, wearing a blue hoodie, while the other was an average build, dressed in a plain black t-shirt. Both had short, scruffy beards. As one of them walked past a different window, a chill ran down my spine. Something wasn't right. I tried to think of a logical reason for their presence, but nothing made sense. My parents never scheduled repairs or visits like this without letting me know, especially when I was alone. Realizing the situation might escalate, I knew I had to act quickly. I moved to the back door and cautiously peeked out through the curtains. The two men were still there, shifting around and looking uneasy. Then one of them tried to turn the handle of the back door. Thankfully, it was locked. He jiggled it twice and then gave the door a hard thump, almost like he was venting his frustration. I grabbed my phone and tried to be as quiet as possible, since I didn't think they knew I was inside. I called my mom at work, and as soon as I told her what was happening, she called the police and told me to stay put. I tried to remain calm, but I could hear the men outside moving from window to window, figuring it would be safer to hide. I slipped into my closet and remained as silent as I could for what seemed like an eternity. After 10 or so nerve-wracking minutes, I finally heard the sirens. I was afraid the men were going to break a window, but they didn't, so I assumed they were worried about making too much noise that might alert someone. As the noise got closer, I heard loud shouts outside telling the men to get down and raise their hands as they left my hiding place. I cautiously looked out my bedroom window, but couldn't see much, so I moved to my sister's room for a better view. I was fortunate that these men took their time checking doors instead of forcing their way in right away, because that delay gave me the chance to call for help before things could get out of control. This happened quite a few years ago, so I apologize if some parts feel vague. I've buried this memory for reasons that will soon become clear, but I've realized that it's not something I should keep hidden. I saw the two men being handcuffed and led to a police car. The nightmare was over, and one of the officers stayed with me until my mom arrived home, which was only a short while later. About half an hour into the game, one of the players made a poor move, and Danny slammed his hand on the remote in frustration, accidentally turning off the TV. "What's your problem?" My brother Danny and I were hanging out in my room alone at home, watching a basketball game on TV. We were shouting at the screen whenever our team made a mistake. When I switched the TV back on, I remarked, but as soon as the screen loaded, we heard heavy, rapid footfall coming from below. Danny and I paused instantly, looking at the bedroom door. I turned down the TV level so I could hear it better. Danny replied in a trembling voice, "I think someone's in the house, but it's probably the cat." I tried to remain calm, but Danny wasn't taking any risks, so he got up and closed the door. I heard a click and realized that if someone had been inside, the noise may have revealed where we were. I tried to tell myself it was just the tabby cat, but more footsteps echoed. Danny mumbled, "That's not the cat," from below. His anxious countenance began to rub off on me, and I decided to take him seriously. We turned off the bedroom light, leaving the room in complete darkness. I knelt by the door and put my ear to it as Danny fumbled about for anything we might use as a weapon. Since the walls and door were thin, I assumed I would hear any sound coming from the other side, but initially there was just stillness. When I lay on my stomach and peered through the small opening beneath the door, I saw nothing at first. However, after concentrating more, I noticed a pair of scuffed work boots moving slowly down the hallway. My heart raced as I silently got back up and tiptoed over to Danny, whispering, "Someone's here." I thought Danny might faint, so I grabbed him and led him to the window. I slid it open quietly and looked down at the ground about a story below. Danny was still frozen, seemingly detached from reality, so it was up to me to act. I pried Danny's phone out of his hand. It had one of those fingerprint locks, and he put his thumb on the screen. The phone beeped loudly, and my stomach dropped as we heard footsteps racing toward the bedroom door. I quickly dialed 911 and swung one leg out the window. Suddenly, there was pounding on the door, followed by a deep, angry voice that yelled, "I'm going to get you." My heart almost stopped. I climbed out onto the porch roof and yelled for Danny to follow me. He snapped out of his daze, scrambled to the window, and climbed out. I whispered, "We need to jump." Danny hesitated on the edge of the roof, and I jumped, first landing awkwardly and twisting my ankle in pain. Then, I looked up and saw that Danny was making the sign of the cross on his chest before jumping. He hit the ground in a roll, got up, and rubbed his neck before I realized that our cat was still in my pocket. I told the 911 operator that we needed the police right away, and she reassured me that officers were on their way and told us to stay on the line. Tears welled up as we slowly made our way back toward the house, worried about what we would find. When the cops arrived, we sat on the curb, too shaken to do anything but wait. The officers searched the house, but were unable to find the intruder, so we were relieved, and brought out our cat Smokey, and I held him tightly. Although the police claimed there was no evidence of a break-in, no stolen property, and no indication that anyone had been there at all, I know what happened to us was real because I haven't slept well since that night, and now I always lock my door and keep Smokey in my room. I apologized in private for leaving him behind. Since my mom worked late shifts as a caregiver at an aged living home when I was younger, from 5:30 p.m. to 1:30 a.m., Danny placed security cameras around the house, and nothing comparable has occurred. She used to hire a babysitter for my younger brother Lucas and me, but once we were old enough we stayed home alone. We liked it because it made us feel independent and responsible. Neither of us was the type to cause trouble. We were actually pretty well behaved and good at school. We'd finish our homework without being told, then spend the rest of the evening watching TV or just relaxing. Our living room faced the street, and there was a large window near the television so we could see the sidewalk and passing cars out of the corner of our eyes while watching. It was a calm night with only a few cars driving by and the occasional person walking. However, after a while I noticed something out of blue minivan from the early 2000s passed by our house several times. I stopped paying attention to the show and focused on the street instead. After the van passed a few more times, I told Lucas about it. He hadn't noticed because he was engrossed in the program. We both sat there keeping an eye on the street, and sure enough the van went by 2 more times in a span of just a few minutes. The van driving back and forth was strange, but we initially thought the driver might be lost. However, when it passed again multiple times we began to feel uneasy. Both of us were glued to the window, but after a short while the van stopped coming. We were relieved and went back to watching TV. It was getting late, so Lucas and I decided it was time for bed. He headed upstairs, and I walked past the window to turn off the lights. That's when I saw something that made my heart race. The van was parked across the street from our house, just far enough out of view from where we had been sitting earlier. I quickly closed the curtains, but left a small gap to peek through. Inside the van I saw a man sitting in the driver's seat. I wondered if he'd been there the entire time. It was hard to see him clearly, but one detail stood out: his eyes. They reflected the glow of the street lights, giving them a menacing, almost golden hue. I wasn't sure if he saw me behind the curtains, but he was definitely staring at our house. Panicking, I called Lucas downstairs. He looked out the window, spotted the man, and whispered, "I think he saw me." We were both terrified. After a brief discussion, we decided to call our mom at work. Normally, we prided ourselves on being independent and didn't want to disturb her. But this situation was different. As soon as we explained what was happening, she left work immediately and drove home. Less than 15 minutes later, we saw her car pull into the driveway. I looked back toward the street, but the van was gone. It must have left the moment my mom arrived. We never found out who the man was or what he wanted. My mom reported the incident to the police, but without a license plate number, there wasn't much they could do. The experience shook all of us, and for about a year afterward, my mom hired a babysitter again when she worked nights. My name is Alex, and this story is about one of the first times my parents left me home by myself. I was probably around 11 or 12 back then. They had started leaving me alone occasionally when I was about 9. Looking back, I realized that might be considered a bit young, but that's just how things were in my family. My mom had a strict rule: never answer the door or the phone when no one else was home. Of course, I didn't always follow the rules. Sometimes I'd pick up the phone, especially if I thought it might be one of my friends. I was watching TV in the living room at around 8 p.m. when the doorbell rang. At first, I ignored it and continued watching my show, but then curiosity got the better of me, so I got up and walked toward the front of the house. I didn't intend to open the door. I just wanted to sneak a peek through the window to see who it was. Missing a call from them felt like missing out at the time because my dad was away on a work trip and my mom had gone out for something I can't quite recall. Standing, a man in his 40s was wearing what appeared to be a work uniform. He was wearing a blue shirt with a collar and a name tag, but I couldn't make out what it was. I was only observing him for a few seconds when he turned to face me. Our eyes locked, and I froze as he waved and said, "Hey kid, we got a report of a gas problem. Can you let me in?" My heart raced as I quickly closed the curtain and backed away from the window. I knew I wasn't supposed to open the door, but the idea of a gas problem sounded serious. Hesitating, I finally unlocked the door and opened it just a crack. The man was cheerful and polite. He explained that he needed to check the gas lines inside the house. I told him I wasn't supposed to let strangers in, but he then asked, "Can I speak with your mom or dad?" That's when I felt a chill run down my spine. It hit me that if I admitted I was alone, he could do whatever he wanted. He was probably trying to figure that out. As soon as I opened the door, panicking, I tried to come up with a lie. The best I could manage was to tell him that my dad was in the shower. I hoped that would buy me a little time. We stood there awkwardly for what felt like forever. The tension was unbearable, and I felt like I might cry. Then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw one of my neighbors across the street walking her dog. She spotted me on the porch with the man and must have sensed something was off. As soon as he noticed her heading our way, his demeanor changed. He turned, walked briskly back to a white van parked nearby, got in, and drove off without saying a word. My neighbor called out to me asking who that man was. I told her what had happened, that he claimed to be from the gas company and was checking for a leak. She stayed calm, but firmly told me to go back inside while she called my mom. I learned a valuable lesson. That night could have been much worse, and I'll never forget how terrifying it felt to be in that situation. My mom came home in a hurry, and when she heard what had happened, she called the police right away. Later, my mom called the gas company, and they confirmed that they hadn't sent anyone out and that there were no reports of a gas issue. We never found out who that man was or what he wanted, but that night could have been much worse. This incident occurred during Thanksgiving last year, and all of my housemates went home to celebrate with their families. I'm a 26-year-old woman who lived in a house with some of my old college friends. We had all graduated about 5 years prior, but fortunately we ended up working in the same city, so we decided to move in together. However, I have a tense relationship with my parents, so I remained home and had the whole house to myself. In addition, I wanted to go to a small business gathering at a local pub, where we had some drinks and spoke about work for a few hours. At about 10 o'clock at night, I made the decision to go home early in order to unwind with Netflix and get into bed at a respectable hour. When the car arrived, I waited on the curb for it. I got into the back seat, and the driver, a bald man in his mid-40s, was friendly and chatty, even though I wasn't in the mood to talk. He asked me casual questions about my plans for the evening, and when I told him that I had been out with coworkers and that my housemates were away for Thanksgiving, he laughed awkwardly and said, "So you're home alone tonight?" He gave me a quick smile as he looked at me in the rearview mirror. My stomach dropped. I realized I'd made a mistake by telling a stranger I was alone and had already shared my home address. I tried to brush off the uneasy feeling, convincing myself he was probably harmless. When we reached my house, I thanked him and got out. After walking inside and locking the front door, I peeked out the window and felt a wave of relief as I watched the car drive away. I changed into my pajamas and settled into bed watching something on my laptop. That's when I heard a long, slow, creaking noise coming from downstairs. It sounded like a door being opened carefully. My heart sank as I realized I hadn't checked or locked the back door. I quickly shut my laptop, placing it on my nightstand, and stood by my bedroom door, straining to hear any sounds. A faint but unmistakable noise reached my ears. Footsteps moving around downstairs. Someone was inside the house. I panicked for a moment, but managed to keep myself composed. I moved my dresser in front of the door, hoping to barricade it. But the sound of footsteps grew louder and faster. My heart raced as I realized that blocking the door had likely revealed my location. I darted into the closet and whispered a call to 911. The operator reassured me that officers were on their way and told me to stay as calm as possible. They said it would only take a few minutes, but those minutes felt endless. Then I heard a pounding on my bedroom door. Whoever was on the other side was trying to break in. The dresser wouldn't hold for long. Desperate, I shouted that the police were on their way. To my relief, the noise stopped. Moments later, the sound of sirens filled the air. A few tense minutes passed before a female officer knocked on my door and assured me it was safe to come out. She explained they had apprehended the intruder. As I stepped outside, I told her about the unsettling interaction I'd had with my ride earlier. When we walked out to the street, I froze. Sitting in the back of a police car was the man who had driven me home. The same Uber driver. I don't know what would have happened if I hadn't heard that creak from downstairs. It's terrifying to think about. If there's one lesson from this ordeal, it's this: never share too much with a stranger, especially if you're home alone. My name is Ethan and I live in what many believe to be a haunted house in Calgary, Alberta. My mom and sister were convinced of this long before I was. I used to doubt the idea of ghosts until something eerie happened to me. I'm 20 now, but this story takes place when I was 18 during the middle of July. Let me first share some of the strange things that occurred to my mom and sister before my own experience. Both my mom and sister had episodes of sleep paralysis in our house, something they had never experienced before moving here. They described it like this: they would wake up feeling like a heavy weight was pressing on their chests, as though someone was sitting on them. They were unable to speak or move, which, if you think about it, is terrifying. Another thing that happened to both of them was that their blankets were pulled off while they were sleeping. My sister had this happen multiple times, but my mom only had it happen once. Now that you know the background, I'll tell you about the event that made me a believer. On a Saturday, my mom had taken my sister to her swimming lessons. I was home alone in my room playing online games with a friend. After we logged off, I said goodbye on the call, shut down my computer, and flopped onto my bed. I opened up YouTube to watch a new video by my favorite content creator. As I lay there, I began to hear noises coming from the kitchen. It sounded like someone was moving dishes in the sink. This struck me as odd because I was alone in the house. I paused, listening closely. Soon I heard what sounded like cabinets opening and closing. Being a bit naive, I assumed my mom and sister must have returned early. I walked down the hallway to check, but to my shock it wasn't them, and instead, at the far end of the hall leading to the kitchen, I saw a shadowy figure, like a dark, misty outline of a person. I froze, completely stunned. I couldn't wrap my head around what I was seeing. After what felt like forever, I bolted back to my room and slammed the door shut. I pressed my body against it, trying to keep it closed even though nothing was chasing me. My phone was on the bed, so I slid over to grab it and texted my mom asking her what to do. She told me to leave the house immediately and go to a friend's place until she got home. I peeked out the door and down the hall. The coast was clear. Summoning all my courage, I grabbed my skateboard, ran down the hall, and hurried out the front door. I stopped at the end of the driveway to grab my shoes, and then I hopped on my skateboard and took off, almost losing my balance a few times. When I arrived at my friend's house, I told him what I had seen, and to my surprise, he believed me. He told me that once, when he was staying at my place, he had woken up in the middle of the night while sleeping on the couch in the living room, which was right next to the kitchen. He claimed to have seen a dark figure standing there, staring down the hall toward the bedrooms. At the time, he thought it was a dream because he was half asleep, so he never mentioned it. We carefully returned inside the house to investigate when my mother and sister arrived home. Disturbed dishes were out of place and the cabinets were all hanging open. None of us wanted to stay there that night, so we went to our aunt's house, which was about 20 minutes away. The next day, when we returned, everything in the house was back to normal except for one strange thing: all the lights were on. Since then, I've been a firm believer in ghosts and the supernatural. This just happened about an hour ago, and I'm still shaken up. My close friend and I were at home by ourselves as we had been for a while. Every time he visits, we go to the forest near my house, and usually nothing exciting happens. We toss rocks, snap some twigs, just innocent fun. But this time it was different. We headed outside towards the forest, and the walk there was uneventful. But as soon as we arrived, something felt strange. The area was unusually dark, and many trees were knocked down. It didn't look like the place I remembered. Despite this, we continued on messing around as usual. At some point, my friend turned to me and suggested we should head back. I glanced at my phone to check the time. It had only been half an hour since we arrived. I wanted to stay longer since we still had hours before anyone would expect us home, so we pressed on exploring further. Along the way, we found odd things: a crushed soda can that looked like it was from the 90s, and an old wee toy booth that seemed even older. We decided to go deeper into the woods than we ever had before, which wasn't saying much since we'd never ventured far after While we reached a spot I recognized, it marked the farthest I'd ever gone in the forest. It was a makeshift bridge formed by a fallen tree over a stream. I'd seen it before, but this time something was different. Perched on the bridge was a small object. As we got closer, I realized it was an animal skull. It was clean and bright white, a deer skull, sitting there like it had been placed intentionally. I had no idea who could have put it there, or what happened to the rest of the deer. Across the stream was a steep hill, and at the top of it sat an eerie little cabin. While we were looking around, a faint creaking noise or high-pitched sound came from the direction of the cabin, startled us, and we bolted. My friend screamed as we ran, but I didn't stop to ask why. We didn't slow down until we reached the edge of the forest and stepped onto the pavement, catching our breath. I asked him why he screamed. He said he heard footsteps right next to him. When we finally got back to my house, we noticed the garage door was open. Unsure if we had left it that way or if someone else had opened it, we ran inside and locked the door. I checked the house and turned on the alarm system. Still alone, I wished my family would come back soon. Now we're sitting here nearly 2 hours later, and the unsettling feeling from those creepy woods hasn't left me. I was at home one evening by myself. My family had gone to watch my sister's soccer match, so I decided to stay home and play computer games instead. Then, I heard a soft tapping on the front door, which was strange because we had a doorbell. I thought it might just be someone mistaking our house for someone else's, but then I heard a knock on the back door as well. I cautiously made my way downstairs, peeking through the window near the front door, but I saw nothing walking toward the back of the house. I froze when I got to the back door, where a man in his 50s with a scruffy gray beard and a plaid jacket was standing on the porch. He tried to get me to open the door, but something about his eyes made my stomach turn. I refused, and he yelled, "I know you're in there by yourself." As his efforts to break in became noisier, I heard the door frame cracking as he banged at it with shaking hands. Panic struck as he began hammering on the door, trying to force his way inside. Terrified, I ran upstairs and locked myself in my mom's office. I then grabbed the phone and rang 911. The man's pounding persisted until I eventually heard the far-off wail of sirens, and when the police arrived, the man had already left. My family returned soon after, clearly shaken by what I had told them, and they were relieved that I was unharmed but terrified of what might have happened. The police apprehended the man the following day, and that night I couldn't sleep because every little sound in the house made my heart race. I kept replaying the incident, wondering why the stranger had picked our house. The police said he was just a drifter who had chosen our house at random, but I didn't feel comfortable with that explanation. The following day, I began looking for answers. I learned that the man had a history of minor offenses and some serious charges. Something about this attack felt personal, so I looked online for any possible family connection. Eventually, I came across an old news article about an armed robbery at a local store a few blocks from our house, where the man had been arrested for threatening the cashier with a weapon. I was shocked to learn that my dad had witnessed the robbery, and I realized that the man had probably targeted our home out of retaliation. The police were shocked, but they promised to provide additional security even though the man was in custody. My family was shaken by the experience, so we put up a security system, began carrying pepper spray, and were more wary about allowing strangers inside. I even downloaded a safety app on my phone that included a panic button. I was disturbed for weeks after the occurrence. I had trouble sleeping and kept checking the locks before going to bed. My parents told me we were safe. Months have gone by since that night, and although the fear has subsided, it hasn't completely gone away. The experience taught me to always be on guard and follow my instincts. When I was 11 years old, I was staying alone in our small suburban house for the night while my parents were away visiting relatives. I begged them to let me stay behind, promising to follow all the rules and act responsibly. As the hours went by, though, I began to regret my decision. The wind was roaring outside, and the windows were being battered by heavy rain. To divert my attention, I turned on the television, but during every commercial break, I heard strange noises coming from outside. I kept telling myself that it was just the storm, but an unsettling feeling crept over me, telling me that someone or something was watching me and that it would be better for me to sleep through the storm. I turned off the TV and went to bed early. I pulled the blankets up to my chin in an attempt to reassure myself that I was safe, but as I lay there in the dark, I began to hear faint footsteps and murmurs. I told myself that nothing was amiss, but I couldn't get rid of the dread that was growing inside of me. I was positive that someone was in the house right outside my bedroom door. I lay still, my breath short, my heart racing. Paralyzed by fear, then just as I felt sleep tugging at my eyelids, a noise jolted me awake. It was the unmistakable sound of the doorknob rattling. My body froze as the knob turned slowly and the door creaked open. I clenched my eyes shut, thinking if I didn't look it couldn't see me, but then I heard it, measured, deliberate footsteps coming closer and closer to my bed. My fear finally boiled over. I sat upright, shouting, "Who's there?" The footsteps halted. A heavy silence hung in the air before the door slammed shut with a loud thud. Shaking, I stayed in bed for what felt like hours, too terrified to investigate. When morning finally came, I told my parents everything: the noises, the footsteps, the door. They laughed, dismissing it as my imagination running wild and blaming the storm for the creaking sounds. But I knew what I had heard. Someone or something had been in the house that night. From that moment, I never felt truly alone. Even in daylight, I would catch faint noises or see fleeting shadows out of the corner of my eye. I never found out who or what had visited me that night, and while everyone insisted it was all in my head, I know the truth. Something had been there watching me in the dark. I grew up in a quiet suburban area where the streets were lined with similar houses, each boasting neatly trimmed lawns and wooden fences. One evening, while I was sitting alone at home, there was a knock at the door. When I opened it, Jack was there with two older boys I had never seen before. They introduced themselves as Mike and Ethan, and although I felt a little uneasy, I invited them in because I wanted to appear cool in front of Jack's new friends. Jack was my closest friend. He was a boy who lived a few houses away, had a knack for starting trouble, and always seemed to have a new scheme. Mike and Ethan settled in right away. They stretched out on the couch and dug through the kitchen for snacks. I tried to strike up a conversation, but they were too preoccupied with their own heated argument to pay much attention. Suddenly, the room became tense as their voices became louder. Just when I thought things couldn't get much worse, Mike took out a knife, and my blood ran cold as he and Ethan started grappling on the living room floor. I saw blood, but I couldn't tell who was wounded. I was frozen in dread and didn't know how to respond. I was left to deal with the aftermath as Jack stepped in, managed to grab the knife, and helped me push them both out of the house. Neither Mike nor Ethan wanted to call for help or involve the authorities, so I scrubbed the blood off the floor and tried to put the room back in order. The thought of my parents finding out about what had happened scared me that night and taught me a hard lesson. The people you let into your life can sometimes bring unexpected danger. I made the decision to be much more cautious about who I trusted after that and never again placed myself in such a precarious position. When my parents first started letting me live alone without a sitter, I was around 11 years old. At first, it felt great to have this independence, but one night, while they were out, I was watching TV in the family room when the phone rang. I answered, but there was only silence. I hung up, and then the doorbell rang, feeling uneasy. I walked slowly to the door, not intending to open it, just to see who was there. When I peeked out, there was no one there, and then I heard glass break in the back of the house. I froze in horror, and as soon as I could, I ran out the front door and ran down the street to a neighbor's house. From there, I called my parents, who immediately called the police. Officers were already inspecting the house when my parents got there, claiming that someone had broken in and stolen several of our possessions. They assumed the intruder had been monitoring and knew I had been home alone for weeks. Even though my parents assured me that I was safe, I couldn't get rid of the feeling that I was being watched every time the phone rang or someone knocked on the door. I also started having nightmares about that night and woke up soaked in sweat. One day, my parents received a call from the police saying that they had apprehended the burglar. It turned out that he had been watching the area and had noticed when my parents left knowing I was alone, so he chose to act. I was extremely relieved to learn that he had been apprehended, but the fear didn't immediately go away. For the next year, my parents resumed hiring a babysitter whenever they went out, but I never let my guard down again. While growing up in a small town where break-ins were practically unheard of, I put my dog on a leash in the backyard to let him roam and do his thing. Later, I went back inside and sat on the carpet in the living room watching TV when a commercial break started. Suddenly, I noticed a large figure behind me. One afternoon after school, I arrived home to find no one else there. The weather was warm with a hint of spring in the air, so I kept the main door open while keeping the screen door closed and unlocked. With my head partially turned toward the figure, I noticed in my peripheral vision that it wasn't a person but a large black animal. His breath smelled like stale cigarettes, and he started talking to me in a low, insinuating tone. I didn't like the way he looked at me, so I tried to move away, but he moved closer and reached out to touch my arm. Mr. Allen, one of the only people I knew in the building, noticed what was going on and moved in front of me to protect me from the strange man. Mr. Allen stayed with me, telling me that everything would be okay. He explained that the fire was probably a false alarm and that we would be back in the building soon. But I was still terrified and shaken, not knowing how I was going to survive the rest of the night. As the minutes went by, the situation started to calm down, and the firefighters finally gave the all clear, and to my surprise, there was no fire. I was relieved to see my parents when they got home, and I realized how fortunate I was to have Mr. Allen there to support me. It was like having a guardian angel watching over me and keeping me safe. I never really understood the value of having good neighbors and a sense of community, especially in an urban setting. I still think about that odd man who tried to entice me to leave the group, and I've never seen him again. A long time ago, when I was still in primary school, I believe I was around 12 years old. It was summer vacation and I was at home with my older brother. Our parents had gone out of town for the weekend, leaving us alone, and we were thrilled to have the house to ourselves and enjoy a sense of freedom that kids my age don't often experience. I'm pretty sure he didn't live in the building. He must have just been some creep who saw an opportunity and went for it. It served as a sobering reminder that dangerous people do exist and that we must be on guard. My brother, who was a few years older, was a bit too cool to spend time with his younger sister. He made plans to meet up with his friends at the park. Even though he was supposed to stay with me, I was a little disappointed he was leaving, but I understood he wanted to spend time with his friends. After he left, I settled down on the couch and watched some TV. The hours passed quickly, and before I knew it was getting dark outside. I got up and walked to the bathroom. As I was walking down the hall, I heard a loud noise from the living room, like the door had been opened. I thought my brother might have come back early, so I walked over to see him. When I turned the corner into the living room, I almost fainted. It wasn't my brother at all. It was one of his friends, Jim, who I knew as a real creep. I had issues with him before, and other girls in the neighborhood had complained about him too. My heart raced as I tried to stay calm and think of what to do. I quickly locked myself in the bathroom. While inside, I could hear someone moving around in the house. I heard footsteps down the hallway and then a knock on the bathroom door. I was so terrified that I was unable to react when I heard someone say, "Hey, it's me, Jim. I just wanted to talk to you. Come on, we can hang out." I knew this guy was trouble because he had a reputation for being creepy and getting into trouble, but I never expected him to break into our house. I remained silent and prayed that he would leave, but he persisted in knocking until my voice gave out. After what seemed like an eternity, but was probably only a few minutes, I heard a police car approaching, and Jim must have heard it too, because he fled right away. He probably thought I had my phone with me, but I had left it out in the living room. I cautiously exited the bathroom and opened the door to speak with the police. They searched the entire house and found no one, which didn't surprise me. They told me that a neighbor had heard me yelling and had called the police. I never found out who it was, but I wanted to express my gratitude to them for their assistance. I was also upset with my brother because I thought he knew how dangerous Jim was, but he still left me alone. I couldn't believe he had done that. I assumed Jim was at the park while my brother was with his friends, and when he heard that I was home alone, he must have snuck away and done what he did. When my parents returned, they were shocked to learn what had happened and were furious with my brother, making sure he understood how serious the situation was. They also took extra precautions to make sure our home was secure and safe. After that, I never fully trusted my brother's judgment again. I knew he could be reckless and didn't always think things through. The really frustrating part was that Jim played the whole situation off like he was invited. Since he was a friend of my brother's, he said he was just waiting there. It became my word against his. And he never faced any legal consequences for what he did. My parents did ban him from our house, though this was over 10 years ago, and of course I did eventually forgive my brother. He was genuinely remorseful, and technically no harm was done, though it was really close. My name is Sarah, and this happened when I was in the 10th grade. I got home from school around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, knowing it would be at least an hour before my parents came back from work. Usually I spent that time either watching TV or working on some assignments, but that day felt different. The moment I stepped inside, I had the strange sense that someone else was in the house. At first it was just an eerie feeling, a sense of someone's presence. Then I began hearing sounds coming from upstairs. At first I thought it might just be the wind rattling the windows or the old floorboards creaking, but when I listened more carefully, I realized they were footsteps. Someone was walking around upstairs. My mind immediately jumped to the worst possibilities. Could someone have broken in? Were they trying to rob us? Or worse, I tiptoed to the base of the staircase and glanced upwards. Standing at the top was the silhouette of a man staring down at me. His face was hidden in the shadows, but I could tell he was tall and broad-shouldered. He wore a dark jacket, black jeans, and heavy work boots. My heart was pounding as I tried to figure out what to do. I felt frozen, not able to move. My legs shook so violently that I fell as I attempted to back away, even though the front door was just a few feet away. That's when the guy began coming down the stairs toward me. My legs finally moved. Instinct took over, and I ran across the yard to my neighbor's house. Mrs. Carter was a kind elderly woman who had lived next door for as long as I could remember. I knocked on her door, and when she opened it, her eyes widened in shock. I stammered out what had happened, and she quickly dragged me inside. We sat in her living room, and she gave me a glass of water while I tried to calm down. A short while later, I heard a car screeching away from my house. I assumed the man had left, but the possibility that he might come back frightened me. Mrs. Carter reassured me that everything would be all right, so she called the police, who came in a matter of minutes. They searched the house, but they couldn't find the intruder, so he left. Later, we found that some of my mom's necklaces and a few other valuables had been taken, totaling less than $800. Maybe my escape scared him away before he could take more, but for weeks after that, the man was never apprehended. I was too scared to be in the house alone, so I kept the lights on at night and was always watching over my shoulder. Eventually, the fear subsided and my life returned to normal, but I will never forget that day because I often wondered what might have happened if I hadn't run when I did. It was a close call, and I'm glad I was able to escape in time. One evening when I was 12 years old, in the early 1990s, I was watching TV at home when someone knocked. It was dark outside, and I couldn't see who it was through the peephole, so it was obvious to whoever was outside that someone was home. My parents had always warned me to be wary of strangers and to never let anyone in when they weren't there, so I was apprehensive. I opened the door just enough to see a man who appeared to be in his late 20s or early 30s. He was courteous as he stated that he needed to contact for assistance since his automobile had broken down. I was hesitant since my parents had always cautioned me about such circumstances, but I didn't want to turn him away if he really needed assistance. I asked where his car was and he pointed down the street, but when I looked I couldn't see any vehicle. I also found it strange that he had passed the two houses next to mine, both of which had cars in their driveways. It made me think he chose my house because it might look like no adults were home. When I mentioned this, the man became irritated and defensive, which made me even more uneasy. We went back and forth for a while. He insisted he needed to use the phone, but I suggested he try one of the neighbors instead. Finally, I decided the best thing to do was to close the door and lock it. As I shut the door, the man began yelling and cursing at me, calling me all sorts of names. Remember, I was only 12 at the time. I stood firm and refused to let him in. It was an obvious choice. At that point, I heard him stomping away, still shouting angrily, and felt a wave of relief that the encounter was over. I went around the house and double-checked that all the doors were locked, though I was pretty sure they already were. A few minutes later, I called my parents to tell them what had happened. They were worried and told me to stay inside and keep everything locked, which I assured them I had already done. I sat nervously on the couch waiting for them to come home. Thankfully, nothing else happened that night. When my parents returned, I was incredibly relieved not to be alone anymore. The next day, they spoke with several of our nearby neighbors, but none of them had seen the man or had a knock on their doors. My dad thought the man might have been scoping out the neighborhood to see which houses were easiest to break into. At the time, all the other houses near us had cars in their driveways, which could explain why he chose ours. In the days that followed, we noticed a suspicious car driving around the neighborhood. I never got a good look at it, so I couldn't tell if it was the same man, but it seemed like it could be connected. My parents reported the incident to the police, but nothing ever came of it. We never saw that man again, and life eventually returned to normal. However, a few weeks later, one of our neighbors, an older couple, was robbed. While we couldn't know for sure, I've always believed the two incidents were related.